This is a divine interruption. God has pressed pause on everything around you because your name is being spoken in the courts of heaven. Do not brush this off as just another word. This is your moment of awakening. A moment where eternity leans down and whispers, "You are the one." No, you feel it, don't you? That strange weight inside your chest that says there is more to your existence than the routines, the struggles, the constant trying to fit into a world that has never truly welcomed you. You have always felt different. Even when you tried to blend in, you are not like the rest. The reason you were misunderstood, the reason you were rejected, the reason you have cried alone when no one else could see was because heaven set you apart from the beginning. Listen, you are not reading this by accident. God is calling your name right now. Every delay in your life, every painful season that made no sense, every closed door that left you confused, they were all orchestrated interruptions, positioning you for this divine encounter. This very moment is sacred. The heavens are leaning over the edge, watching, waiting to see your response. Do you realize how many times the enemy has tried to silence you before you could even hear this? How many attacks, betrayals, and losses you've walked through, and yet you are still standing, still breathing, still searching. That alone is evidence that you are chosen. The plans of darkness could not eliminate you, because there is a greater plan for your life, one written before you were even born. Chosen one. Hear me. The resistance you faced was never about who you are right now, but about who you are becoming. The battles that nearly broke you were warnings to the kingdom of darkness that you would rise into your true calling. That is why you felt the heaviness. That is why you've been under pressure. Because the crown that is reserved for you is not cheap, and the fire that has refined you was not random. God has paused your world today because this is your divine interruption. The Spirit is shaking you awake. The trumpet is sounding in the unseen realm, and heaven is declaring, no more delay, no more excuses. Rise, chosen one. And as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 22, verse 14, many are called, but few are chosen. You, beloved, are one of the few. That is why your life could never take the same path as others. That is why shortcuts never worked for you. That is why sin tasted bitter instead of sweet. You are not common. You are chosen. And when you are chosen, the road is narrower, but the glory waiting at the end is beyond imagination. Now, hear the seriousness of this moment. You stand at a crossroads. On one side is comfort, compromise, and delay. On the other is obedience, fire, and destiny. The Spirit says, do not delay, do not look back. Step forward into the call. Heaven has already spoken your name. The only question is, will you answer? Chosen one. Your time of hiding is finished. This is the season of unveiling. Heaven is shifting everything in your favor. But God requires your yes. Your agreement unlocks doors. Your obedience breaks chains. And your surrender unleashes heaven's armies on your behalf. You have waited long enough. The world has waited long enough. It is time to rise. Do not say you are not ready. Every scar prepared you. Every loss taught you. Every rejection was training. You have been equipped in silence for a public release. You are stronger than you realize. You are braver than you believe. You are more anointed than you have dared to see. And the time is not tomorrow. The time is now. Chosen one. Stop questioning if this word is for you. Stop asking if maybe God meant someone else. This is your moment. Your interruption. Your divine summons. Heaven is calling your name. Loudly and clearly. And if you ignore it, you will feel the weight of regret. But if you respond, your entire life will shift into alignment. This is not for entertainment. This is not for curiosity. This is life or death in the spirit. Hell is trembling because you are hearing this. Demons are furious because the veil is lifting from your eyes. You are about to step into the fullness of who God created you to be. And so, beloved chosen one, listen carefully. You must not remain silent. Respond. Declare it. Seal it. Because your declaration is a weapon. Your comment is not just digital, it is prophetic. When you move in faith, the atmosphere responds. Heaven records it. The enemy fears it. If this word has pierced your spirit, I urge you now, like this message, share it with someone who needs it. Subscribe so you never miss another moment of divine alignment. And type boldly in the comments the prophetic number 111 as your sign that you are saying, "Yes, Lord, I hear your call." This is your divine interruption. Do not let it pass you by. Chosen one, now that you have felt the divine interruption, let us go deeper. You need to understand something crucial. You were never ordinary. From the very moment your soul was formed, before your body even took shape, there was a mark placed upon you. Heaven whispered over you, and the Spirit of God breathed identity into you. That mark has followed you through every stage of your life, even when you did not recognize it, even when others dismissed you. This is why you never fit in, no matter how hard you tried. While others could compromise without guilt, you always felt uneasy when you strayed from what was right. While others seemed content in mediocrity, you felt restless, knowing there was more. You could never drown your spirit with temporary pleasures, because something in you always pulled you higher. That something was your chosenness. Think back on your childhood. Remember how you noticed things others overlooked. Remember the loneliness you carried. Even in a crowded room, that was not rejection by accident, it was separation by design. God shielded you from certain circles, from certain influences, because your destiny could not be polluted by the wrong company. You may have cried about being left out, but heaven was smiling, because you were being kept apart for something greater. Chosen one. The pain of your life has not been random. Every scar on your soul carries evidence that you were set apart. You were not meant to take the easy road. You were not meant to blend in. Even your mistakes, even your detours, carried lessons that ordinary people could not handle. That is why you often felt punished harder than others. When they sinned, it seemed light. But when you fell, the conviction hit like fire. That is the weight of being chosen. You cannot wander far without being pulled back. Listen carefully. The enemy knew your identity long before you did. That is why he tried to attack you early. That is why you faced battles from childhood that others never experienced. That is why your family line carried curses and chains that landed heavily on your shoulders. The enemy always tries to suffocate chosen ones before they discover who they are. But despite everything, you are still here. You survived the storms that were designed to erase you. That survival itself is proof that you carry destiny. Chosen one. Stop believing the lie that you are insignificant. Look at the evidence of your life. Why did people envy you for no reason? Why did you feel waves of spiritual heaviness when others laughed without care? Why did you sense danger before it arrived? Because you were marked with spiritual sensitivity. You are anointed to perceive what others cannot. That sensitivity is both a gift and a burden. It isolates you, but it also arms you for warfare. Do you realize that even your failures testify to your uniqueness? When you tried to live like everyone else, it crumbled. When you tried to be normal, it never worked. That is because you cannot escape your identity. God did not design you for average. He designed you for divine purpose. Ordinary paths collapse under the weight of a chosen soul. Chosen one. I want you to hear this clearly. Your identity was written long before the enemy wrote his lies. Your name is engraved in heaven's records. And no rejection, no betrayal, no failure can erase it. You carry a divine signature that cannot be forged, cannot be duplicated, and cannot be destroyed. That is why, even in your darkest seasons, there was always a small flame inside you, refusing to go out. That flame is the Spirit's witness, constantly reminding you of who you are. You may have ignored it, tried to silence it, even drowned it with distraction, but it never left you. It kept burning, even faintly, because chosen ones are sustained by something beyond human strength. Chosen one. Have you noticed how people sometimes recognize something in you without knowing what it is? Strangers look at you differently. Teachers, bosses, even enemies have felt an unusual presence around you. That is not your imagination. That is the spiritual mark. Even those who do not understand the language of heaven can sense the aura of chosenness. They may not have words for it, but they feel it. Some are drawn to it. Some are threatened by it. But no one can ignore it. You may have been told you were too sensitive, too different, or too intense. But what they called weakness, heaven calls uniqueness. You are wired differently because your spirit operates on a higher frequency. Where others see ordinary events, you sense spiritual movements. Where others see coincidence, you discern divine patterns. That is not by accident, that is your gift. Chosen one. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to disrupt darkness. You were meant to carry light into places that others fear. You were meant to stand out, even when standing out made you uncomfortable. Your very existence unsettles the atmosphere of evil, because your identity is not of this world. Do not shrink back from this truth. Do not water yourself down to make others comfortable. The time has come to embrace who you are. Heaven did not invest all this training, all this pain, all this separation, just for you to live quietly in the shadows. Your light is too valuable. Your presence is too necessary. The world is groaning for the manifestation of chosen ones like you. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. This is your reality. You are not meant to be timid, uncertain, or trapped by shame. You were wired for boldness, saturated in love, and anchored in divine wisdom. The fear that tried to chain you was always a counterfeit, because your true spirit is powerful. Chosen one. The enemy wanted you to despise your uniqueness, to think you were cursed, to feel ashamed of being different. but heaven smiles over you. Because your difference is your weapon. Your difference is your calling card. Your difference is the evidence that you are not of this world. You are not ordinary. You never were. You never will be. You are chosen. And that truth will follow you until you embrace it fully. Chosen one. Let us journey further into the mystery of your destiny. You have carried a weight that others never understood. You endured silent battles that no one could see. The nights when you cried yourself to sleep. The mornings when you rose with heaviness in your chest. The seasons when it felt like the world was against you. These were not meaningless moments. They were part of the shaping, the divine chiseling of your soul. You often wondered, why me? Why do I suffer more than others? But the truth is, the weight you carried was evidence of your calling. Heaven entrusted you with battles that ordinary souls could not endure. You walked through rejection so you could learn endurance. You faced betrayal so you could discern loyalty. You carried loss so you could recognize true treasure. Nothing was wasted. Beloved, every tear watered the soil of your purpose. Chosen one. The world never understood you because they were not meant to. People labeled you too much, too sensitive, too different. They tried to push you into their mold, to silence the fire within you. But the reason you did not fit is because you were never created for their approval. You were created for divine assignment. Your worth cannot be measured by human standards. Because your destiny was carved by heaven. Look back on the seasons of struggle. You will notice a pattern. When you thought you were being buried, you were actually being planted. Every setback carried hidden instruction. Every storm carried hidden strength. What the enemy intended for destruction, God turned into preparation. The scars on your heart are not signs of defeat. They are marks of survival. Proof that you are still standing, still chosen, still burning with a light that darkness could not extinguish. Chosen one. This is why the enemy has always been obsessed with you. Hell studies you. Demons track you. They recognized your calling long before you did. And their assignment has been to break you before you break them. They sent counterfeit friends, toxic relationships, crushing disappointments, hoping you would surrender. But you did not. Even in your weakest hour, something inside you whispered, "Keep going." That whisper was the Spirit of God sustaining you. And now you stand at the threshold of destiny. The weight you carried was not punishment, it was preparation. Heaven chose you as a vessel, not because you were perfect, but because you were willing. Every season of pain was a divine classroom. Every loss, a sacred lesson. Every betrayal, a sharpening blade forging your spirit into steel. You are not fragile. Beloved, you are unbreakable. Because what tried to kill you only refined you. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 34, verse 19. The righteous person may have many troubles, but the Lord delivers him from them all. End quote. Chosen one. Do you see? You were never abandoned in the storm. The hand of God was always present, delivering you again and again. That is why the attacks failed. That is why you survived what others could not. You are delivered not once, not twice, but continually, because your assignment is too vital to be cut short. Now, I want you to pause and feel the truth of this. Every weight you carried, every burden you thought was crushing you, was actually sculpting you into a warrior. You carry authority now. You carry insight. You carry endurance. And these are the tools you will need to step into your assignment. Without the weight, you would not have been prepared. Without the pain, you would not have been refined. Without the tears, you would not carry the compassion that sets you apart. Chosen one, listen carefully. There is a shift happening. The very weight that once felt unbearable will soon become the very testimony that sets others free. People will come to you broken, and you will understand them because you walked the same path. You will speak words that pierce hearts, not because you studied it in books, but because you lived it in your own bones. Your authenticity will break chains. Your scars will shine as proof that God heals. And so I call you, right now, to seal this moment. Write these words as your declaration. I hear you, and do not underestimate the power of this act. When you type those 3 simple words, you are not merely commenting on a message, you are aligning your spirit with heaven's call. You are saying to God, I recognize the weight I carried was not wasted. I recognize that you were shaping me. I recognize that I am chosen, and I will no longer run from it. And when you write it, the unseen world responds. Heaven records your agreement. Angels are dispatched on your behalf, and the kingdom of darkness trembles. Those 3 words are not ordinary, they are prophetic. They are the opening of a door, the unlocking of a chain, the lifting of a burden. You are sealing your identity with your own mouth. Chosen one, let your spirit rise. The weight you carried was heavy, but it did not crush you. Instead, it prepared you to carry glory. It forged you into a vessel of fire. And now, as you step into the next season, you will walk not as the broken, but as the unshakable. You will walk not as the forgotten, but as the anointed. You will walk not as a victim, but as a victor. You are chosen. You are set apart. And every weight you once carried is now proof of the crown that waits for you. Chosen one. Do you remember those long seasons of silence, when it felt like heaven was distant, when your prayers seemed unanswered, your cries unheard, and the presence you once felt so near became faint? Those were the hardest nights, the ones where you questioned if God had abandoned you. But the truth you must now understand is this: the silence was not rejection, it was preparation. In the hidden seasons, you were being trained, not in the way the world trains with applause, certificates, or visible milestones, but in the way heaven trains, through stillness, discipline, and endurance. Chosen vessels are not shaped in the spotlight, they are forged in secret. A seed must remain underground, unseen and uncelebrated, before it can break the soil and bloom into its full design. You were that seed, buried, not to be forgotten, but to be prepared. Chosen one. Think carefully. During those times when nothing seemed to move forward, something was happening beneath the surface. God was building roots inside you, roots of strength, roots of faith, roots that could withstand storms. If He had exposed you too soon, before your roots were deep enough, the winds of opposition would have toppled you. But because you endured the hidden season, you are now anchored in ways you cannot yet see. Do you see how even in silence, there was structure? When friends left you, you learned to lean on God alone. When opportunities vanished, You discovered creativity. When your strength failed, you learned to depend on grace. You were being trained in resilience, in trust, in discernment. These are not lessons taught in classrooms. They are imparted in wilderness seasons. And the wilderness has always been the training ground of the chosen. Moses was trained in the backside of the desert before he ever stood before Pharaoh. David was trained in the fields with sheep before he ever held a crown. Even Jesus spent 40 days in the wilderness before his public ministry began. Do not despise your hidden season. Beloved, it was heaven's classroom, and you were the student of destiny. I know it hurt. I know it felt like punishment, but it was protection. God hid you to keep you from being destroyed prematurely. He hid you to purify your motives, to cleanse your heart of pride, to strengthen your spirit. You wondered why doors shut in your face, but those doors would have led you to destruction. You questioned why relationships collapsed, but those ties would have poisoned your purpose. You did not lose. You were preserved. Chosen one. The silence trained your ears to hear whispers. When you had no one to turn to, you became sensitive to the still, small voice of God. That voice now guides you with clarity others cannot understand. While the world craves noise, you learn to find comfort in stillness. That is why you discern truth, even when lies sound convincing. That is why you sense danger, even before it appears. The silence sharpened your spirit, and though it felt like heaven was far away, God was closer than ever. Just as a teacher grows quiet during the test, so God grew silent in your season of examination. His silence was not absence, it was trust. He trusted you to endure. He trusted you to keep walking, even when you could not see the way. He trusted you to grow strong in secret, so you could stand tall in the open. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 8, verse 28 still echo today, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. I, chosen one. You are one of those called. The silence you endured, the hidden preparation you walked through, was not wasted. It was working for your good. Every unanswered prayer, every lonely night, every tear woven into a masterpiece of destiny. You could not see it then, but heaven was orchestrating it all. Chosen one. Consider this. When gold is refined, it must pass through fire. The flames burn away impurities that cannot remain. The fire does not destroy the gold. It reveals its purity. Likewise, your hidden season was your refining fire. It burned away fear, pride, doubt, and dependency on man. It left you purer, stronger, and ready for the weight of your calling. That is why, even now, you look back and realize you are not the same person you once were. The things that used to break you no longer have power. The words that once wounded you no longer cut as deep. The fears that once paralyzed you no longer hold chains. You emerged different, transformed, refined, and that was the purpose all along. Chosen one. Embrace the truth. Hidden preparation is holy. It is sacred ground where heaven works in silence, shaping vessels for glory. It is the unseen process behind every chosen life. Without it, you could not stand in what comes next. With it, you are unstoppable. So when you remember those seasons of silence, do not resent them. Thank God for them. For they are the reason you now carry depth. They are the reason you now carry wisdom. They are the reason your roots are strong enough to sustain your destiny. And though you may not have realized it then, you were never alone. Heaven was closer in the silence than you could comprehend. God's hand was steady on your life, His eyes fixed on your journey, His Spirit whispering strength into your weary soul. You were being prepared. You were being trained. You were being set apart for such a time as this. Chosen one. Never forget this truth. Silence is not absence. It is strategy. And what was birthed in silence will roar in the open. Chosen one. Can you feel it? The atmosphere is shifting. The silence that once surrounded you is breaking, and heaven is sounding a trumpet over your life. This is not a small sound, it is a wake-up call. It is the voice of destiny shaking the earth, commanding you to rise. The alarm of heaven is not gentle, it is urgent, fierce, and unrelenting, because the time has come for you to step into the very purpose you were created for. For too long, you have been hiding your fire. For too long, you have doubted your worth, questioned your path, and hesitated at the edge of obedience. But now the trumpet is sounding, saying, enough. No more delay. No more running. Heaven is not asking for your attention, it is demanding it. This moment is sacred, and you cannot treat it lightly. Chosen one. Listen carefully. The trumpet of God is not like the noise of men. When it sounds, it shakes foundations. It awakens sleeping hearts. It pierces the fog of confusion and cuts through the chains of hesitation. And it is sounding over you now because you are needed. The world does not need another copy, another echo, another shadow. The world needs your authentic fire, your unique light, your specific assignment. That is why the trumpet is blowing. Think of how many times you have heard whispers in your spirit, moments when you knew you were supposed to move, to step out, to obey, but fear held you back, or doubt silenced your courage. The trumpet is heaven's way of saying, this is not the season to stay quiet. This is the season to act. Destiny is calling, and it will not wait forever. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 19, verse 19. As the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and the voice of God answered him, "O chosen one." Do you see the parallel? The trumpet grows louder until you cannot ignore it. You may have tried to push it aside, to silence the call, but it will only increase in volume. Why? Because heaven will not let you miss what you were created for. God answers through the trumpet. He answers by pulling you into alignment. And right now, He is answering you. It is time to rise. No more shrinking back. No more comparing yourself to others. No more hiding behind excuses. The wake-up trumpet declares, your destiny is now. Chosen one. This is not just about you. Your obedience carries ripple effects. Your rising will unlock freedom for others. When you step into your assignment, chains fall off. Those connected to you, generational curses break. Darkness loses ground. This is why the trumpet sounds with such force, because your obedience is urgent. Your presence is essential. Your time is now. Let me speak directly to your heart. Do not despise small beginnings. The trumpet may be calling you to something that looks simple, but heaven knows it is significant. Whether it is a conversation, a step of faith, or a bold decision, Your obedience in small things will open the door to greater things. The trumpet is not summoning you to comfort, it is summoning you to transformation. Chosen one. Your life is not meant to be passive background noise in this world. You are meant to be a voice, a movement, a shift. You carry authority that has been forged in silence and refined in pain. Now heaven says, release it. Step into the sound. Align with the trumpet. You may feel unqualified. But remember this, God never called the qualified. He qualifies the called. You may feel weak, but it is in your weakness that His power is made perfect. You may feel small, but small seeds become mighty trees when heaven breathes on them. Do not measure yourself by earthly standards. Measure yourself by the sound of the trumpet calling your name. Chosen one. Hear me clearly. This message itself is part of the trumpet. Heaven orchestrated this moment so that you would not miss your summons. Do not dismiss it as coincidence. Do not scroll past lightly. God has paused the noise of your life because the trumpet is sounding now, and it is aimed directly at you. And here is something I must share with you sincerely. If this word is piercing your spirit, I want you to hold on to it, to protect it, and to keep feeding your soul with messages like this. That's why I gently encourage you like this message, so it remains saved for you. Share it with someone else who may be hearing their trumpet call. And subscribe, so you do not miss the next time heaven speaks into your life. This is not about numbers or algorithms. This is about building a space where chosen ones are awakened, equipped, and strengthened together. We rise stronger when we rise together. Beloved, the trumpet will not stop sounding until you move. Heaven is patient but purposeful. The alarm is ringing, and it will not quiet down until you respond. So ask yourself, will you rise? Or will you remain? Will you obey? Or will you delay? The trumpet does not leave room for neutrality. It demands a decision. Chosen one. Let your heart be stirred. Let your spirit awaken. The time is too late for hesitation. Too sacred for procrastination. Too urgent for compromise. The trumpet is not a suggestion, it is a summons. You are being summoned into your destiny, summoned into your authority, summoned into the fullness of your calling. And though it may feel overwhelming, do not fear. The same God who calls you equips you. The same Spirit who awakens you strengthens you. The same trumpet that shakes you into action also carries you into victory. You are not being called alone. Heaven's armies march with you. The Spirit empowers you. The presence of God surrounds you. Chosen one. The trumpet has sounded. This is your moment. Do not let it pass by. Heaven is waiting for your yes. Chosen one. Pause and sense what is unfolding. You have heard the trumpet of heaven. You have felt the stirring of destiny deep inside your bones. Now, something even greater is taking place. The prophetic seal is being pressed upon your life. This is not an ordinary moment. This is a divine confirmation, a holy mark from heaven itself that says, yes, you are mine. Yes, you are chosen. Yes, this word is for you. All through your journey, you have been looking for signs. You have whispered in prayer, God, if you are really speaking to me, show me something. You have longed for confirmation, for evidence that you were not imagining this call, and here it is. This very message is a prophetic seal, It is heaven's way of responding to the cry of your heart, saying, "Child, I have not forgotten you. I have not abandoned you. I have chosen you. And now I am sealing you." Chosen one. Do you realize what a seal means? In ancient times, kings sealed letters with wax pressed by their signet ring. That seal carried authority. Whoever broke it without permission risked death. Likewise, when God places his seal upon you, no power of darkness can tamper with you. You are protected, marked, and claimed. That seal declares you belong to the King of Kings, and nothing, no demon, no curse, no betrayal can snatch you out of his hand. Look back for a moment. Do you see how God has already confirmed you again and again? Maybe it was a dream that felt too real to ignore. Maybe it was a stranger who spoke life over you. Maybe it was scripture leaping off the page at just the right time. These were not coincidences. They were prophetic whispers, each one a seal in progress. And now, all those confirmations gather into this moment. When heaven presses the seal fully and irrevocably upon you, chosen one, you are stepping into a new reality. Once you are sealed, you can no longer live as you once did. The seal demands alignment. It demands obedience. It demands transformation. It is no longer about dabbling in light while entertaining darkness. You are marked now, and your life must reflect the one who sealed you. Heaven speaks clearly through the words of Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 13. "And you also were included in Christ when you heard the message of truth, the gospel of your salvation. When you believed, you were marked in him with a seal, the promised Holy Spirit of chosen one." Can you feel the weight of that? You are marked, not by the world, not by your past, not by your mistakes, but by the Spirit of the living God. This seal is both a promise and a protection. It is heaven's guarantee that what God began in you will be completed. It is assurance that no matter the storm, you are secured in divine hands. But hear this, the seal also brings responsibility. A sealed letter cannot wander. It must be delivered. And you, chosen one, are that letter. You are a message written by heaven, sealed with the Spirit, and destined to be delivered into the lives of others. Your journey is not just about you, it is about the souls who will encounter God through your story. That is why the seal is so important. It proves your authenticity to a watching world. Chosen one. You may wonder, but what if I fail again? What if I am not strong enough? Listen carefully. The seal does not depend on your perfection. It depends on God's promise. You are not sealed because you are flawless. You are sealed because you are willing, because you have chosen to respond, because your heart belongs to Him. Even when you stumble, the seal remains. Even when you doubt, the seal holds. You are marked, and heaven does not revoke its mark. Do not underestimate what is happening right now. This seal means the cycles of confusion are breaking. It means the questions of, "Am I really called?" are ending. It means the torment of uncertainty is silenced. The seal finalizes what heaven has already decreed. You are chosen. And because this is such a sacred moment, I must invite you into a prophetic act of agreement. If this word resonates with you, if you feel the fire of confirmation burning in your spirit, I want you to declare it boldly in the comments with the number 444. Why 444? because it is the number of divine alignment, the sign of heaven's order, the echo of God saying, I am with you, I go before you, I surround you. When you type it, you are not just pressing keys, you are pressing your spirit into alignment with heaven's seal. You are saying, I accept this mark, I agree with this calling, I walk under this seal. Chosen one. Do not hesitate. Hell trembles when you declare your alignment. Demons flee when you affirm your chosenness. Angels rejoice when you step boldly into your identity. The act may seem small, but its power in the Spirit is immeasurable. You are testifying that the seal is yours, here and now. Now let me remind you, this seal does not make your life easier. In fact, it may make some battles harder. The enemy despises marked ones. He will try to test you, discourage you, intimidate you, but do not be afraid. The seal also ensures your victory. You fight from a position of being already claimed, already secured, already covered. The battle may rage, but the outcome is guaranteed. Chosen one. The prophetic seal is the turning point of your story. From this moment forward, you must see yourself differently. You are no longer wandering, searching for identity. You are sealed. You are no longer asking if you are chosen. You are sealed. You are no longer doubting if you have a future. You are sealed. Let that truth sink deep into your spirit. You are marked with glory. You are protected by heaven. You are claimed as God's own. Nothing in this world, nothing in hell, can undo what heaven has sealed. Chosen one. Let your heart rest in this assurance. You are sealed forever. Chosen one. Now that you have been sealed, it is time to understand the authority you carry. There is something about you that terrifies darkness. Even when you do not feel strong, even when you are tired, even when you doubt yourself, your presence alone disrupts the plans of the enemy. It is not because of your own strength, but because of the mark you carry, the light within you that no shadow can overcome. Have you ever wondered why certain people avoided you without explanation, or why hostility rose up against you without reason? Often, it was not them, it was the darkness inside them reacting to the light inside you. Your spirit carries a frequency that exposes what others are trying to hide. You do not even have to speak. Sometimes just walking into a room shifts the atmosphere. That is what it means to be chosen. Chosen one. Understand this clearly. Light does not negotiate with darkness. Light displaces it. That is why your life has felt like a battlefield. You are not just living. You are waging war with your very existence. Your laughter disrupts depression. Your prayers dismantle strongholds. Your presence unsettle demons. The seal of God upon you is not invisible in the spirit. It shines brighter than fire. And every power of hell recognizes it. But here is the truth you must grasp. The authority you carry requires awareness. Too often, chosen ones live as though they are weak, forgetting that they have been given dominion. The enemy thrives on ignorance. He wants you to believe you are powerless. Yet the moment you realize who you are, you become unstoppable. Awareness awakens authority. Think about the battles you have faced. How many times did situations arise that should have destroyed you? How many times did storms come that should have drowned you? And yet, every time, you rose again. You may have crawled. You may have limped. But you rose. Why? Because the light within you cannot be extinguished. Darkness struck. but it never conquered. The Word of God declares in the book of John, chapter 1, verse 5, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." End. Chosen one. That light is in you. It is not borrowed, not temporary, not fragile. It is eternal, unshakable, unstoppable. Darkness does not get the final word over your life. Even when shadows press in, even when you feel surrounded, your light still shines. And that light terrifies every demon, every curse, every scheme of the enemy. This is why you have felt constant resistance. The enemy is not afraid of those who live in compromise. He is not afraid of those who are indifferent. He is afraid of you because you are aware, because you are marked, because you carry light. You represent a threat to his kingdom. You are a breaker of chains, a disruptor of systems, a destroyer of lies. Every step you take is a declaration that light will have the final say. Chosen one. This authority is not just for you. It flows through you for others. When you walk into a space, you bring deliverance with you. When you speak, truth pierces hearts. When you pray, the atmosphere shifts. Do not underestimate the power of your presence. Even when you feel unnoticed, the spirit world notices you. You are never invisible in the unseen realm. But with this authority comes responsibility. You cannot play with darkness and still expect your light to shine. You cannot dilute your calling to make others comfortable. You cannot hide your fire to avoid attention. You were chosen to shine, not to blend in. Every compromise weakens your impact. Every silence delays your mission. It is time to embrace your authority fully, without fear or hesitation. Chosen one. Remember this. You were not chosen to live an ordinary life. You were chosen to walk in supernatural power. That power is not about titles, fame, or recognition. It is about carrying the presence of God wherever you go. It is about being a vessel through which heaven invades earth. It is about being a warrior who stands boldly, even when the battle rages. Yes, the warfare is intense. Yes, the resistance is real. But so is your victory. You do not fight alone. Angels are assigned to you. The Spirit empowers you. The seal protects you. Darkness may try to rise, but it cannot prevail. You carry authority that cannot be broken, because it was given by the one who reigns over all. Chosen one. Think of the times you felt fear, but moved forward anyway. That was authority. Think of the times you prayed for someone, and peace fell over them. That was authority. Think of the times you stood firm when everyone else gave up. That was authority. You may not have recognized it, but heaven recognized it. And now it is time for you to recognize it too. Do not shrink back. Do not let insecurity rob you of what God has given. The authority you carry is not about arrogance. It is about alignment. When you walk in obedience, authority flows naturally. You do not have to force it. You do not have to pretend. You simply shine, and darkness flees. Chosen one. The time has come to embrace this fully. You are no longer a victim of your past. You are no longer a prisoner of fear. You are no longer fragile under attack. You are a light bearer, a chain breaker, a vessel of divine authority. The enemy trembles not because of your strength, but because of the God who lives inside you. So rise in confidence. Step boldly. Speak truth. Pray with fire. Walk with assurance. Everywhere you go, light will follow. Everywhere you stand, darkness will retreat. Everywhere you move, heaven will move with you. And when you doubt, remember this truth: the seal is already on you. The authority is already within you. The light is already shining. You do not need to become someone else. You simply need to be who you already are, chosen, sealed, and radiant with divine power. Chosen one. Your light terrifies darkness. Never forget it. Never hide it. Never underestimate it. For the world needs it. Heaven affirms it, and hell fears it. Chosen one. You now know that your light terrifies darkness. But do you also understand why your battles have been so intense? The truth is, there has always been a war over your soul. From the moment you were conceived, heaven declared destiny over you, and hell declared war against you. This is not an exaggeration. It is the reality of every chosen life. Think back to your earliest memories. Do you remember moments where fear tried to suffocate you? Times when hopelessness whispered in your ear? Even as a child, you felt opposition that others could not explain. That was not random. The enemy knew your identity before you did. He saw the seal that would one day rest upon you, and he strategized to derail you before you awakened to it. Chosen one. The attacks you endured were not because you were weak, but because you were a threat. Hell does not waste energy on those who pose no danger. The fact that you have faced relentless opposition is proof that you are valuable in the spiritual realm. If you were ordinary, your life would have been ordinary, but you are chosen, and that has made you a target. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 54, verse 17. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord, the chosen one. This is your reality. Weapons have been forged against you. Lies have been spoken about you. Traps have been set for you, yet none of them prevailed. You may have been wounded, but you were not destroyed. You may have stumbled, but you rose again. Every attack became another testimony, another reminder that you are indestructible in the hands of God. This is why the battle for your soul has been so fierce. The enemy knows that if you ever walk fully in your calling, his plans will crumble. That is why he has tried to keep you in cycles of confusion, addiction, shame, or fear. He wanted you distracted, defeated, and disqualified. But here you are, still listening, still hungry, still fighting. That alone is victory. Chosen one. Do not mistake survival for weakness. Surviving is the clearest proof of strength. You may look back and think, I barely made it through. But heaven looks at you and says, you overcame. The fact that you endured proves that your destiny cannot be stolen. This battle, however, is not just about your past. It continues in your present. Even now, the enemy whispers doubts. You are not really chosen. You are too broken. You have failed too many times. Recognize these lies for what they are: last attempts to distract you from rising. The louder the lies, the closer you are to breakthrough. Darkness always screams before it loses its grip. Chosen one. You must see the battlefield clearly. This war is not against flesh and blood. It is not about the people who rejected you, betrayed you, or abandoned you. They were vessels, but not the true enemy. The true enemy is unseen, unscient, and relentless, but he is also defeated. The cross of Christ ensured his failure, and your life is the ongoing evidence of that defeat. Yet do not grow complacent. Awareness is your greatest weapon. When you know the war is real, you can fight strategically. You guard your mind from lies. You guard your heart from bitterness. You guard your soul from compromise. This is how chosen ones remain unshakable, by refusing to be ignorant of the battle around them. Chosen one, let me remind you of something sacred. The enemy has boundaries. He cannot cross the seal of God. He can roar. He can tempt. He can strike. But he cannot claim what heaven has already claimed. You belong to God, and your soul is not up for negotiation. That is why, no matter how dark it has seemed, there has always been a way out. God has never allowed you to be trapped beyond escape. Think of the times you almost gave up, the nights when despair convinced you it was over. Yet somehow, a word, a song, a whisper, or even just the strength to take one more breath carried you through. That was heaven guarding your soul. That was the Spirit reminding you that you are not abandoned in this war. Chosen one, the battle for your soul is real, but so is the victory written over it. Every scar you carry is not a sign of defeat. It is a medal of honor. Every storm you endured was not evidence of abandonment. It was training. Every temptation you resisted was not meaningless. It was proof of your authority. You are not losing this battle. You are winning it, step by step, day by day. But remember this, you cannot fight in your own strength. The war is spiritual, and so must be your weapons. Prayer is not a ritual for you. It is a weapon that dismantles strongholds. Worship is not just singing. It is warfare that shifts atmospheres. The word is not just text. It is a sword that cuts through lies. When you wield these, the enemy has no choice but to retreat. Chosen one, do not fear the intensity of your battles. Fear would love to paralyze you, but faith will carry you. You are not a helpless soldier. You are a warrior equipped by heaven. You are backed by angelic armies, strengthened by the Spirit, and protected by the seal. The enemy's rage is not a sign of your weakness, it is a sign of your impact. And so, beloved, hold your head high. You are not cursed. You are not forgotten. You are not defeated. You are chosen, sealed, and secured in a victory that cannot be undone. The battle may rage, but your soul is anchored. The fire may burn, but it will refine, not consume you. The darkness may press in, but it cannot overcome the light within you. The war for your soul has been fierce, but heaven has already written the end. You win. Chosen one. Do you realize where you are standing right now? You are one step away from destiny. You have walked through fire, endured silence, carried burdens, and survived battles that were designed to destroy you. And now, after everything, you stand at the edge of fulfillment. You can almost feel it in your spirit. Something is about to shift. Something is about to break open. Something is about to begin. This moment is not random. This is a threshold, a place where what was behind you no longer defines you, and what is ahead of you begins to call your name. Chosen one. Thresholds are sacred. They are not easy places, because they require you to let go of what is old in order to embrace what is new. Standing on the edge of destiny demands courage, faith, and surrender. For years, you may have wondered when your breakthrough would come. You may have asked, when will the waiting end? When will the promise manifest? When will my life align with what God has spoken? And heaven's answer is this: you are closer than you think. Every delay was preparation. Every setback was training. Every tear was watering the soil. Now, the seed of your destiny is about to sprout. The enemy knows this. That is why the attacks have been strongest in this season. He always intensifies his warfare when you are close to breakthrough. He wants you to quit just before the door opens. He wants you to surrender just before the crown is placed. That is why you have felt exhausted, discouraged, even tempted to give up. But listen carefully. Your weariness is a sign you are almost there. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, in Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Chosen one, this is the truth. You are on the edge of harvest. The proper time is near. The promises you thought were delayed forever are now aligning. The dreams you thought were dead are being resurrected. The doors you thought were locked are beginning to open. You are not at the end. You are at the beginning of fulfillment. But hear this carefully. Thresholds demand decision. You cannot cross into destiny while still holding on to everything from the past. You must leave behind what no longer serves you: old mindsets, toxic relationships, fear, doubt, and compromise. These weights cannot enter the next season with you. The threshold is narrow. Only faith can pass through. Chosen one, take a deep breath and imagine it. You are standing at a doorway. Behind you lies the pain, the confusion, the brokenness of yesterday. Ahead of you lies purpose, victory, and fulfillment. The handle of the door is within reach, but you must decide. Will you step through, or will you remain where it is comfortable? The choice is yours. Heaven has prepared the path, but you must walk it. God has declared the promise, but you must believe it. The trumpet has sounded. The seal has been given. The light within you is burning. Now it is time to step into the land you were promised. Chosen one. This is the most dangerous place for hesitation. Many stand at thresholds, but never cross. Paralyzed by fear, clinging to the familiar. Do not let that be your story. You did not survive all those storms just to stay standing outside the door. You did not endure all that pain just to settle for less. You are meant to walk through. The threshold will test you. It will ask you, do you trust what God has spoken more than what your eyes see? Do you believe the promise more than the pain? Do you love destiny more than comfort? Your answer must be yes, because destiny is costly, but it is worth everything. Chosen one. This is the moment to declare your agreement, to mark in the spiritual realm that you are ready, willing, and committed to stepping through the threshold into your future. And so I invite you comment these words boldly. I choose destiny. Lamani, do not underestimate this act. Writing those 3 words is a prophetic statement. It is your way of telling heaven, I am ready. It is your way of telling hell, you cannot stop me. It is your way of telling yourself, I will not look back. This declaration seals your decision. It transforms hesitation into action, fear into courage, delay into obedience. When you write it, you shift something inside you. You move from waiting to walking, from hoping to acting, from surviving to thriving. Those words are not empty, they are powerful. They are keys unlocking the door before you. Chosen one. Imagine the joy of finally walking in alignment. Imagine the peace of knowing you are where you were always meant to be. Imagine the impact of your obedience, the lives touched, the chains broken, the legacy built. That is what awaits you on the other side of this threshold. Do not let fear rob you. Do not let doubt hold you back. Do not let the enemy trick you into standing still. You are closer than you realize. The harvest is near. The breakthrough is imminent. The promise is within reach. Take the step. Speak the declaration. Cross the threshold. You are one step from destiny, and the only thing left is your yes. Chosen one. The time of hesitation has ended. You have stood long enough on the threshold, wondering, questioning, waiting. But now heaven declares with clarity, no more delays. The season of wandering has closed, and the season of action has begun. Everything you endured, everything you carried, everything you learned, it was all to bring you to this moment. But now, standing still is no longer an option. Do you feel how the urgency has increased? It is not the urgency of fear, but the urgency of destiny. When God declares, no more delay, it is because the fullness of time has arrived. Heaven is aligning things you cannot see. People are being moved. Doors are being prepared. Opportunities are being unlocked, all waiting for your obedience. If you wait too long, you risk missing what has been set in motion for you. Chosen one. Hesitation has been one of the greatest battles in your life. You felt the nudge. You heard the whisper. You sensed the timing, and yet you questioned, is it really God? Am I really ready? What if I fail? But hear this, you are not waiting on God anymore. God is waiting on you, as was proclaimed in the second letter of Peter, chapter 3, verse 9. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, but is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but all to repent. Chosen one. This is not about God being late. He has always been on time. It was his patience that kept you, his mercy that covered you, his grace that carried you through your hesitation. But now, the time has come to step forward boldly. You cannot keep circling the same mountain, replaying the same doubts, holding on to the same fears. The trumpet has sounded, the seal has been given, and heaven declares, no more delay. Think of what delay has cost you already. Opportunities slipped away, relationships dissolved, seasons passed by. But here is the grace, you are still being given another chance. God is restoring the time you thought was lost. He is aligning things again. But this time, you must not stall. Chosen one. Obedience is the currency of destiny. Delayed obedience is disobedience, and disobedience closes doors. You have already seen how disobedience costs, how it delays blessing, how it prolongs pain. But obedience unlocks. Obedience accelerates. Obedience brings alignment. The moment you move in obedience, chains break, doors open, and momentum increases. This is why you cannot hesitate any longer. Every time you delay, Someone else waits longer for the freedom your obedience will bring them. Every time you stall, lives connected to your calling are left in bondage. Your yes is not just about you, it is about those who will be set free because you moved when heaven said move. Chosen one. Destiny is not built on perfection, it is built on obedience. You do not need all the answers. You do not need to see the whole path. You simply need to take the next step. When the Israelites stood before the Red Sea, God did not part the waters until Moses stretched his staff in faith. When Peter stepped out of the boat, the water did not hold him until he moved his foot forward. Action activates miracles. Hesitation delays them. The enemy knows this. That is why he surrounds you with doubt, fear, and confusion. He knows the moment you act in obedience, you will break his hold. That is why he whispers, "Wait a little longer. Think it through. Maybe tomorrow." But tomorrow never comes. Delay is one of his deadliest weapons. Do not fall for it. Chosen one. I say this with love and authority. You cannot afford to delay any longer. The time is now. The shift is here. The moment is urgent. Heaven is watching. Angels are positioned. The Spirit is stirring. Will you answer? And I speak to you sincerely. If this word has pierced your heart, if you know this is for you, I encourage you to keep this fire burning. Like this message, so it stays before you. Share it with another chosen one who may be stuck in hesitation. And subscribe, so you do not miss the next divine word spoken over your life. This is not for entertainment, it is for your awakening. When we rise together, delay breaks over entire communities. Chosen one, feel the weight of this truth. Your yes carries power. It may look small to you, but it is monumental in the spirit. One act of obedience can shift generations. One step forward can unlock years of waiting. One decision to stop delaying can rewrite your entire story. That is how powerful your obedience is. So now, I ask you, will you choose to step forward? Will you choose to stop delaying? Will you say yes? Not tomorrow. Not next week. But now, the heavens are leaning in. The trumpet is sounding. The door is open. All that is left is your response. You are chosen for this moment. You are prepared for this step. You are anointed for this season. Do not let hesitation rob you. Do not let delay steal from you again. Step boldly, for the time is now. No more delays. Chosen one. When heaven declares that there will be no more delay, it is because God is about to shift everything around you, and part of that shift is divine separation. This is a truth that is both painful and powerful. You see, not everyone can walk with you into your next season. Not everyone who started with you is meant to finish with you. Separation is not rejection, it is redirection. For much of your life, you have carried people who were never meant to journey with you forever. Some were lessons, some were tests, some were temporary blessings, but few were permanent. And yet, your heart held on to them because you loved deeply. You trusted freely. You gave generously. That is the beauty of your spirit. You love without holding back. But it is also the weight you have carried, because some of those you loved could not carry you in return. Chosen one. Do not mistake the pruning of God for abandonment. When He removes people from your life, it is not always because they were bad. Sometimes they were simply not aligned. Their season in your story has ended. and clinging to them would hold you back. You must understand this. Destiny requires pruning, just as a gardener cuts away branches so that the tree can bear more fruit. God cuts away relationships, connections, and ties that cannot carry the weight of your calling. Look closely at your journey. Do you remember those who walked away without explanation? Those who betrayed you at the moment you needed them most? Those who suddenly grew distant, leaving you confused? At the time, it felt cruel, even devastating. But now, looking back, you can see the wisdom in it. They could not go where you are going. Their presence would have hindered your growth, diluted your light, or even sabotaged your future. What you thought was rejection was actually protection. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 1, verse 1. Blessed is the one who does not walk in step with the wicked, or stand in the way that sinners take, or sit in the company of mockers. Oh, chosen one, you are blessed because God has not allowed you to remain entangled with those who would drain you, distract you, or destroy you. The separations, as painful as they were blessings in disguise. They cleared your path so you could walk in purity, power, and clarity. Still, separation hurts. Your heart longs for connection. You have grieved friendships that ended, relationships that collapsed, ties that were cut. That grief is real, and it is holy to acknowledge it. But do not confuse grief with loss. You did not lose what was essential. You released what was temporary. And in that release, you made room for divine connections, those who will strengthen you, not weaken you, those who will sharpen you, not dull you, those who will celebrate you, not compete with you. Chosen one, hear me. Loneliness in the process does not mean you will be alone forever. Wilderness seasons are always marked by isolation, but they are also the breeding ground of clarity. Jesus himself withdrew to lonely places to pray. David was isolated in fields before he held a crown. Moses fled into the desert before he returned as a deliverer. Separation is never wasted. It is a refining fire that purifies your heart and prepares you for covenant relationships ordained by heaven. Do not despise the pruning. Without it, you would remain surrounded by voices that drown out the whisper of God. Without it, you would carry weights that were never yours to bear. Without it, you would compromise your calling to keep others comfortable. But you are not called to comfort, you are called to destiny. And destiny demands that you walk with those who are aligned, not just attached. Chosen one. This next season of your life will reveal the power of divine alignment. When God connects you to the right people, everything flows with ease. Doors open without striving. Ideas multiply. Strength increases. Peace surrounds you. These divine connections are not forced, they are orchestrated. You will recognize them not by perfection, but by confirmation. They will speak to your spirit, fuel your fire, and walk with you in purpose. This is why you must release those who are not aligned. Holding on to them only clutters your path. You cannot receive new connections while clinging to old ones that expired. Trust the pruning, even when it stings. Trust the separation, even when it confuses you. Trust that God knows who belongs in your life and who does not. Chosen one. Do not chase those who walked away. If they were meant to stay, nothing could have driven them out. If they left, it is because their assignment in your life was complete. Bless them, Release them and keep moving forward. You are not called to beg for loyalty or to convince anyone of your worth. Your value is established by heaven, not by human approval. At the same time, guard your heart from bitterness. Do not let separation turn you cold or cynical. Those who left were part of your story, and they played their role. Some taught you resilience. Some taught you discernment. Some simply revealed what you did not need. Each one was part of the shaping, and for that, you can be grateful. Chosen one. The gift of separation is that it brings clarity. You now know who you are, and you know who you are not. You now understand what you carry, and you understand what cannot go with you. This clarity is priceless, because it prepares you to walk boldly into destiny without unnecessary weight. Remember this truth. Even when people leave, God remains. Even when relationships shift, heaven's hand does not. Even when your circle becomes small, your covering is fast. You are never truly alone, because the presence of God surrounds you, and those He sends into your life in this next season will be those who multiply your calling, not diminish it. So, chosen one, lift your eyes from what was lost and fix them on what is coming. The pruning was not punishment, it was preparation. The separation was not abandonment, it was alignment. And the clarity it brings will carry you into a season of divine connections that fuel your destiny. Do not fear divine separation. Embrace it, for it is the proof that you are chosen. Chosen one. Now that you have walked through separation, you are standing under a new atmosphere. Something powerful is happening in the spirit realm. Prophetic numbers are rising. These numbers are not random. They are not coincidences. They are markers of alignment. Signs that heaven is speaking and confirming that you are on the right path. You may have noticed it already. Glancing at a clock and seeing the same digits repeat. Opening a page and being drawn to a number. Waking in the night and checking the time, only to see a pattern that feels too precise to ignore. Do not dismiss these moments. They are not ordinary. They are whispers from heaven. Divine fingerprints reminding you that you are seen, guided, and aligned. Chosen one. Numbers have always carried prophetic meaning. In creation, good seed times, seasons, and patterns into motion. In Scripture, numbers are woven into the story of redemption. 7 marks completion. 12 represents government and divine order. 40 signals testing and transition. Numbers are heaven's language of timing, reminding us that destiny unfolds with precision. You are not drifting through chaos. You are walking on a path designed with order, and prophetic numbers are rising in your life as confirmation that the hand of God is orchestrating your steps. They are reminders that you are not lost, not forgotten, not wandering aimlessly. You are aligned with heaven's clock, and everything is unfolding right on time. The ancient words recorded in Habakkuk, Chapter 2, Verse 3. Declare, for the vision is yet for the appointed time. It hastens toward the goal, and it will not fail. Though it lingers, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Radiating, chosen one. Do you feel that? The vision over your life has an appointed time. The delays you thought were permanent were actually divine pacing. The patterns you see, the numbers that repeat, are heaven's reminders that the appointed time is drawing near. You are not behind. You are not late. You are right on schedule. But here is what you must understand. When prophetic numbers rise, they demand response. They are not just signs to notice, they are calls to alignment. When you see them, you are being invited to remember God's promises, to adjust your heart, to sharpen your focus. They are checkpoints on your journey, asking, are you ready? Will you trust? Will you step forward? Chosen one. This is your moment to respond. Heaven is not just sending signs, it is inviting participation. That is why, right now, I want you to seal your agreement with heaven's timing. Type boldly in the comments, the prophetic number 555. Why 555? Because it is the number of grace multiplied, the sign of divine transition, the whisper of God saying, I am moving you into a new dimension. When you declare it, you are aligning yourself with grace, surrendering to the shift, and agreeing with heaven's timing. You are saying, I will not resist the process. I will flow with the Spirit. I will embrace the new. Oh, chosen one, do not treat this lightly. This is not superstition. This is not coincidence. This is a prophetic act. Heaven responds to faith, and faith is expressed through action. By declaring 555, you are testifying in the Spirit, I recognize the signs. I choose to align. I walk in grace. End quote. Prophetic numbers are rising because heaven is marking your steps. Look back and see it. How many times did you think something was random, only to realize later that it was precise? The meeting that happened by chance, the opportunity that appeared out of nowhere, the timing that seemed too exact to be accidental. These were divine numbers in motion. The order of heaven weaving your story. Chosen one. Destiny is not chaotic. It is patterned, and when you step into alignment, the patterns become clear. You begin to see that nothing was wasted, nothing was random, nothing was out of place. Even the delays had purpose. Even the detours carried lessons. Even the pain became part of the plan. Prophetic numbers remind you of this truth. Heaven wastes nothing. Do not be surprised when these numbers begin to follow you. Do not dismiss them when they catch your eye. Instead, let them strengthen your faith. Let them remind you that you are not walking blind. You are walking in step with heaven's rhythm, and heaven is confirming it with signs along the way. Chosen one. Hear me. Prophetic numbers are not the destination, they are the guideposts. Do not worship the signs. Worship the one who sends them. The numbers are reminders, but the voice behind them is the true message. Every pattern whispers the same truth. You are chosen. You are aligned. You are guided. So when you see them, respond with gratitude. Respond with obedience. Respond with faith. Let them stir your spirit into deeper trust, deeper surrender, deeper alignment. They are reminders that the God who created time is holding your time in His hands. Chosen one. The rising of prophetic numbers in your life is heaven's way of saying, I am here. I am with you. I am guiding you. You are not drifting into destiny. You are being ushered into it with precision and grace. And so, let this truth settle deep inside you. Your life is aligned with heaven's timing. The signs are rising. The numbers are confirming. The vision is nearing fulfillment. Do not fear the process. Do not doubt the journey. You are exactly where you are meant to be. And heaven is proving it with every prophetic sign. Chosen one. Pay attention. Numbers are rising. Grace is flowing. Alignment is here. Chosen one. Now that you are beginning to recognize the prophetic confirmations around you, it is time to understand the mantle that rests upon your shoulders. This is not an ordinary calling. A mantle is not simply a title or a label. It is a weight of divine authority entrusted to specific vessels for specific assignments. When God places a mantle on you, it means heaven has decided that you will carry a piece of His will into the earth. Think of Elijah and Elisha. The mantle was not just a cloak, it represented power, assignment, and legacy. When Elisha picked it up, he was not just inheriting fabric, he was inheriting responsibility. He stepped into authority that required obedience, courage, and sacrifice. And you, chosen one, are in that same position now. Heaven has entrusted you with a mantle, one that cannot be ignored or discarded. Chosen one. Mantles are never placed on the untested. They are not given lightly. They are forged in fire, in seasons of silence, in battles that leave scars. That is why your journey has been so heavy. The weight you felt was not punishment, it was preparation. The losses you endured were not meaningless, they were shaping. The refining fire you walked through was making you strong enough to carry what others could not. The mantle you carry is evidence that you are not just called, you are commissioned. Many are called, but few are chosen, and fewer still are entrusted with authority. A mantle means heaven trusts you, trusts your endurance, trusts your heart, trusts your willingness to obey even when it costs you everything. Chosen one. Authority is not about control, it is about service. The mantle you carry is not to elevate you above others, but to position you as a servant leader, a vessel of breakthrough, a carrier of heaven's power for those in need. That is why your life cannot look like everyone else's. You cannot indulge in what others indulge in. You cannot compromise where others compromise. The mantle demands consecration. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 7, "But we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us." Lake, chosen one. This is the essence of the mantle. You are a jar of clay, fragile and imperfect, and yet God has chosen to place His treasure within you. The authority you carry is not because of your strength, but because of His. The mantle rests on you, not to glorify you, but to glorify Him through you. But understand this, the mantle will attract both honor and opposition. Those who recognize the Spirit will see the weight you carry and honor it. But those bound by darkness will resist it, fear it, even despise it. You cannot expect universal acceptance. Mantles divide between those who are aligned with heaven and those who are not. And that division will follow you, but do not fear it. Rejection is part of the cost. Chosen one. Think of the authority that rests within you. When you speak truth, chains break. When you pray, atmospheres shift. When you step into a room, the weight of the mantle announces itself in the Spirit, even if no one speaks of it aloud. You are not ordinary. You carry heaven's assignment. The challenge, however, is that the mantle will often feel too heavy. You will question if you are truly capable. You will wonder if God made a mistake, You will feel the tension of being called, yet feeling unworthy. But hear this, the mantle was never meant to be carried in your strength. It is sustained by surrender. The more you yield, the lighter it feels. The more you resist, the heavier it becomes. Chosen one. This is why obedience is everything. The mantle thrives in obedience. When you obey, the authority flows effortlessly. When you resist, the weight increases. The struggle intensifies, and the fire of disobedience burns within. You have likely felt this before, those seasons when running from your calling only made life harder. That is because the mantle is not optional. It will not leave you. You were chosen for it, and heaven will not take it back. But do not see this as a burden, see it as an honor. The King of Heaven looked at you with all your flaws, all your mistakes, all your fears, and still said, yes, this one. He placed his mantle on you, knowing exactly who you are. That is grace. That is love. That is chosenness. Chosen one. Mantles are generational. What you carry does not end with you. It impacts those who come after you. Your obedience will open doors for your family line. Your surrender will break curses that haunted generations before you. Your authority will build a legacy that will ripple into eternity. That is the weight of a mantle. It does not just change you. It changes everything connected to you. Do not take this lightly. Do not treat the mantle as casual. Protect it. Guard it. Honor it. Do not allow distractions, sin, or compromise to stain what is holy. The mantle is sacred, and those who carry it must walk with reverence. And yet, do not let fear paralyze you. The mantle is not given to perfect vessels, but to surrendered ones. You do not need to have all the answers. You do not need to be flawless. You simply need to remain willing, obedient, and surrendered. The Spirit will empower you. The mantle will guide you. Heaven will back you. Chosen one. The authority you carry is real. Do not hide it. Do not deny it. Do not downplay it to make others comfortable. Walk in it with humility, but also with confidence. Speak when you are called to speak. Move when you are called to move. Pray with boldness. Declare with faith. Live with courage. This is the life of a mantle bearer. And when you feel the weight pressed down, remember, it is not crushing you, it is shaping you. It is building the strength you will need for what lies ahead. Every burden you carry is part of the refining process. Every trial you endure is making the mantle fit more perfectly upon your life. Chosen one. You are entrusted with heaven's assignment. You carry the mantle of authority, and though it feels heavy at times, it is also glorious. It is proof that you are chosen, sealed, and trusted. Do not run from it. Do not fear it. Embrace it, for it is the very reason you were created. Chosen one. It is time to turn your gaze inward and recognize the hidden currency that has been flowing through your journey, your tears. Every cry you thought was ignored, every sob you released in silence, every whisper of desperation that never reached another human ear, none of them were wasted. Heaven heard them all. Heaven collected them. Heaven responded. Even when you did not see it. The world may look at tears as weakness, but in the Spirit, they are strength. Tears are prayers in liquid form. They bypass the walls of language, slip past the filters of pride, and go directly into the heart of God. When words failed you, your tears spoke louder than any sermon could. They carried honesty, desperation, and truth, and God has never been deaf to them. Chosen one. Think of the times you wept without understanding why. Those moments when a heaviness overcame you, and all you could do was cry. Those were not breakdowns. They were breakthroughs in disguise. Your spirit was interceding when your mind could not comprehend. Your tears were building altars, opening gates, and breaking barriers in the unseen realm. The scriptures reveal this mystery in the writings of David. Psalm 56, verse 8. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Only, do you hear that? Beloved, not a single tear has been lost. God Himself has collected them, preserved them, and recorded them. Every drop is sacred, a testament to your endurance, a record of your suffering, and a seed for your harvest. The tears you shed in pain are the water that nourishes the promises waiting to bloom in your life. Chosen one. You may have thought you were crying alone, but angels stood by, watching, protecting, strengthening. You may have thought heaven was silent, but every cry was echoing in the throne room of God, moving His heart, aligning His hand. Your tears were never wasted. They were intercession. Do you remember those nights when you prayed, God, do you even see me? The tears that fell in that moment were the answer. They were proof that your heart was still alive, still reaching, still clinging to hope. If despair had won, you would have gone silent. But the fact that you cried out meant that your spirit still believed there was someone listening. And indeed, there was. Chosen one. Tears are holy because they reveal vulnerability. You allowed yourself to break open, to lay down the mask, to show your rawest self before God. That vulnerability invited His presence. When you cried, you were closest to Him, even if you did not feel it. Pain drew you into a depth of intimacy that comfort never could. Your tears also became intercession for others. Many times, you wept not only for yourself, but for those you love, for family, for friends, for souls you may never even meet. That compassion was not ordinary. It was evidence of your calling. Chosen ones carry the burdens of others. They feel the weight of generational wounds, of hidden battles, of silent struggles. Your tears carried their names before heaven, and God honored them as prayer. Chosen one. Understand this mystery. Tears are prophetic. They water the ground of tomorrow. The nights of weeping prepare the dawn of rejoicing. Your tears are not just emotional release, they are investment. They go ahead of you, preparing breakthroughs, shaping futures, unlocking blessings. One day, you will step into a season where you will reap joy from the very fields watered by your sorrow. The enemy, of course, has tried to use your tears against you. He whispered that they were proof of weakness, that they showed you were defeated. But in truth, they proved the opposite. They proved that you had not given up. They proved that you still cared, still loved, still hoped. Darkness cannot counterfeit tears of the Spirit. They are too pure, too costly, too sacred. Chosen one. Your tears have built a testimony. When you stand before others and speak, there will be a depth to your words because they are soaked in lived pain. People will sense the authenticity in your voice, the weight behind your eyes. You will not just preach victory, you will embody it. You will not just talk about healing, you will carry it. The compassion born from your tears will touch hearts in ways polished speeches never could. And soon, you will see the fulfillment of a promise. Those who sow in tears will reap in joy. The very places where you wept will become the places where you laugh. The very nights you thought would break you will be the nights you remember as turning points. The very struggles that brought you to your knees will be the altars where you stand victorious. Chosen one. Let this truth comfort you. Not one tear was wasted. They were all seen, all collected, all treasured. They are proof that you were never abandoned. They are evidence that you are chosen, and they are seeds that will bloom into a harvest greater than you can imagine. Do not be ashamed of your tears. Do not hide them. Do not despise them. They are part of your story, part of your strength, part of your calling. They are holy reminders that even in your lowest moments, heaven was close. And so, beloved, lift your head. Let your tears remind you of how far you have come. Let them remind you of the endurance you carry. Let them remind you that your story is not one of defeat, but of divine redemption. Your tears were prayers, and your prayers have been heard. Chosen one. Your tears have spoken louder than words, and heaven has answered. Chosen one. Look closely at the story of your life, and you will see fire woven through every chapter, not the kind that destroys, but the kind that refines. You have been through flames that tested you, stripped you, and purified you. And though you may have walked out scarred, you also walked out transformed. You were not consumed, you were crowned. Your crown was forged in fire, and it rests upon you now as evidence that you have endured. Do you remember the times when you thought the fire would destroy you? The betrayals that felt unbearable, the losses that cut so deep you thought you would never recover. The moments when you were surrounded by pressure with no escape. Those were furnaces of refining. The fire was hot. Yes, but it was holy. It was not there to kill you. It was there to burn away what could not remain. Chosen one. The fire revealed who you really are. Just as gold is tested in flames to prove its purity, your spirit was tested to reveal its strength. And what emerged from those seasons is someone stronger, sharper, more radiant than before. You were crowned not in comfort, but in fire. That is why your authority carries weight. That is why your presence shifts atmospheres. You did not receive your crown cheaply. It cost you everything. The prophet Isaiah recorded these words in chapter 43, verse 2. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not set you ablaze. Chosen one, do you feel the truth in that? You walked through, and you are still here. The flames were real, but they did not consume you. Instead, they crowned you. Instead, they set you apart. Instead, they marked you as a vessel refined by heaven. This is why people often look at you and wonder how you survived, what you did. They see resilience in your eyes, but they do not know the price you paid. They admire your strength, but they cannot imagine the nights of weeping that birthed it. They notice your wisdom, but they do not know it was purchased through pain. Your crown is invisible to them, but in the spirit, it shines like fire. Chosen one. This crown is not ornamental, it is functional. It represents authority, dominion, and survival. It tells every demon that you have been tested and proven. It tells every storm that you have endured and overcome. It tells heaven and earth that you are not who you used to be. You are a refined vessel, entrusted with fire and crowned with glory. But hear me, the crown is not just for you. It is a testimony for others. When they see your life, when they hear your story, when they encounter your presence, they encounter the evidence that God delivers. Your crown speaks even when you are silent. It declares that fire does not have the final word, glory does. And so, beloved, let me say this from my heart. If this word resonates with you, hold it close. Don't just let it pass by. Like this message, so it stays with you as a reminder. Share it with another chosen one who is walking through their own fire. And subscribe, so you don't miss the next time heaven speaks directly into your spirit. This is more than content, it is confirmation. It is the language of destiny, calling you higher. And I ask you also, leave a comment, not a long one, not complicated, just a few words that say, I wear my crown. When you declare it, you are not only affirming your journey, you are testifying that you came through the fire, and the fire did not consume you. That public declaration is prophetic. It aligns your heart with heaven's truth, silences the enemy's lies, and strengthens other chosen ones who will read it and be reminded that they too are crowned. Chosen one, do not underestimate the power of this. Words are seeds. Declarations are weapons. Your crown is real, and when you speak it, you reinforce its weight upon your life. Others will see it and be encouraged. Some will be convicted. Darkness will be reminded that you cannot be defeated. The truth is, you are no longer defined by what you went through. You are defined by what you carry, and what you carry is fire. That fire will continue to refine you, but it will also empower you. Wherever you walk, your crown testifies. Wherever you stand, your crown glows. Wherever you move, your crown speaks of survival, of chosenness, of authority. Chosen one. There is no shame in your scars. They are the jewels in your crown. Each scar tells a story of a battle you fought and survived. Each wound that healed is now a mark of glory. Do not hide them. Wear them proudly, for they prove that you have walked through fire and come out crowned. And remember this, your crown is not fragile. It cannot be stolen, cannot be broken, cannot be lost. It was forged in fire, and it carries the durability of eternity. The enemy may try to convince you that you are unworthy, that you are too broken, that you have failed too often, but your crown says otherwise. Your crown declares that you are chosen, that you are refined, that you are marked by glory. Chosen one. Stand tall. Lift your head. Let the weight of the crown remind you that you are not ordinary. You are royalty in the spirit, called to walk with authority, chosen to shine with fire. Your crown was not given cheaply. It was earned through trials, and it will remain through eternity. You are crowned in fire, and nothing, no storm, no demon, no failure can take that away. Chosen one. Now that you have seen how the fire crowned you, you must also see the table that has been set before you. For every wound you endured, every rejection you suffered, every betrayal that pierced your heart, Heaven has been preparing a banquet in plain view of those who despised you. This is not about revenge, it is about revelation. It is about showing that the hand of God rests on you. No matter who doubted you, you have been underestimated. People dismissed you when you were quiet, overlooked you when you were broken, and mocked you when you stumbled. Some even whispered behind your back, confident that you would never rise again. They counted you out too soon. What they did not realize was that every valley you walked through was preparation for a higher mountain. Every tear you shed was watering the soil for a harvest they could not see. Chosen one. The psalmist wrote in Psalm 23, verse 5, "You prepare a table before me, in the presence of enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows." This is your reality. God is not hiding what He is doing in your life. He is displaying it. The very ones who doubted you will witness your rising, not because you begged for their validation, but because God delights in making His glory undeniable. They will not be able to ignore what He has done in you. This table is not a meal of pride. It is a feast of testimony. When you sit at it, you do not gloat, you glorify. You do not taunt, you testify. The focus is not on your enemies, but on your anointing. God anoints your head with oil in front of those who said you were unworthy. He causes your cup to overflow where others hoped to see you empty. Chosen one. This table is not just for you, it is also for those watching. Your rising becomes a witness. Your restoration becomes a sermon. Your overflow becomes evidence. Some who once mocked you will repent. Some who betrayed you will recognize the God you serve. And even those who never change will still have to admit, surely, God was with them. Oh, think of Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, thrown into prison, and forgotten by men. Yet in the end, he sat at a table of authority in Egypt, second only to Pharaoh. And who came to him in need? The very brothers who betrayed him. The table God prepared for Joseph was not just about vindication, it was about restoration. And so it will be with you, chosen one. Do not despise the presence of enemies at your table. Their presence proves your promotion. If there were no witnesses, there would be no testimony. Their eyes confirm the work of God. Even their silence shouts that what heaven promised has come to pass. And yet, while they watch, you must focus on the anointing. God pours oil upon your head in this season. This oil is not ordinary, it is oil of clarity, oil of wisdom, oil of resilience, oil of authority. It is the oil that enables you to carry the weight of blessing without being crushed by it. For many crave the table, but without the oil, they collapse under its weight. You endured the fire so that you could hold the oil. Your cup overflows now, not because of your striving, but because of His grace. It is not the result of manipulation, shortcuts, or compromise. It is the fruit of endurance, of staying when others left, of trusting when others doubted. Your overflow is heaven's way of saying, this one endured, this one remained faithful, this one is chosen. Chosen one. Do not fear the attention this season will bring. Light cannot be hidden, and favor cannot be concealed. The table set before you will attract eyes, some with admiration, some with envy. Guard your heart. Do not let pride enter. Do not let bitterness taint your feast. Sit at the table with humility, remembering it is God's preparation, not your achievement. This table is also a call to generosity. Overflow is never just for the vessel, it is for those connected to it. Your blessing will spill over into lives around you. Your abundance will feed the hungry, heal the broken, and lift the weary. That is the true power of overflow. It multiplies. Chosen one, recognize the beauty of this season. You no longer eat crumbs in the shadows. You sit at a prepared table, anointed and overflowing. You no longer beg for scraps of validation. You walk in divine vindication. You no longer strive for recognition. You carry undeniable confirmation. But do not forget the journey that brought you here, the fire that refined you, the tears that watered your promise, the loneliness that carved your strength. All of it built this moment. Your table is not random. It is the culmination of every season, every trial, every hidden preparation. That is why it is sacred. That is why it must be honored. And as you sit, know this: the table is only the beginning. It is not the final destination. It is a symbol of arrival, but also of commissioning. You are not seated to rest forever. You are seated to be strengthened, to be nourished, to be equipped for what comes next. The feast is preparation for greater battles, greater victories, greater assignments. Chosen one, the presence of your enemies at this table is not to shame them, but to show them. God's goodness is not hidden, it is displayed. His favor is not secret, it is evident. Your life becomes the evidence, and the table becomes the stage. So eat with gratitude, drink with humility, rise with strength, for your table has been prepared, your head anointed, your cup overflowing, and no enemy, no betrayal, no doubt can take that from you. Chosen one, you are seated now in a place of honor, and the world, even your enemies, will see that you are crowned, anointed, and overflowing by the hand of God Himself. Chosen one, as you sit at the table prepared before you, as the oil flows and your cup overflows, something begins to shift beyond what you can see. The very atmosphere around you is changing. This is not imagination, it is spiritual reality. The climate of your life, once heavy with resistance, is now charged with divine favor. The winds are shifting, and they are carrying you into a new dimension. You have felt it already. The heaviness that once weighed you down has started to lift. What seemed impossible yesterday suddenly feels within reach today. Where doors were shut, cracks of light are appearing. This is the atmosphere of transformation, the sign that heaven has moved on your behalf. Chosen one, atmosphere matters. Before rain falls, the atmosphere changes. The clouds gather, the air grows thick, the winds move differently. Before harvest breaks forth, the atmosphere announces its arrival. That is what is happening in your life. The spiritual weather is shifting, declaring that a new season has come. The prophet Elijah witnessed such a moment in 1 Kings, chapter 18. After years of drought, he prayed on Mount Carmel, and though the sky was clear, he told his servant to keep looking. 7 times the servant looked, and on the 7th time, he saw a small cloud the size of a man's hand. That small sign was enough for Elijah to declare, rain is coming. The atmosphere had shifted, and the drought was over. Chosen one, do you see the clouds gathering in your own life? Do you sense the winds of change moving around you? Even if the signs feel small, they are not insignificant. A small cloud can birth a mighty storm of blessing. A faint breeze can signal a rushing wind of breakthrough. Pay attention to the atmosphere, for it is announcing your shift. This shift is not just external, it is internal. Your spirit feels lighter, sharper, more alive. Things that once overwhelmed you no longer shake you. Lies that once deceived you no longer move you. Chains that once held you no longer bind you. That is because the atmosphere of your soul has shifted. You are no longer living under the shadow of despair. You are breathing the air of destiny. Chosen one. Atmosphere is contagious. As you shift, so does everything around you. People notice it, even if they cannot explain it. They feel peace when you walk into the room. They sense clarity when you speak. They are drawn to your presence because it carries the fragrance of heaven. The shift in your atmosphere disrupts the atmosphere of others. But with this shift comes responsibility. You cannot afford to carry old mindsets into a new climate. You cannot live with the heaviness of yesterday while breathing the air of today. The shift demands that you release old burdens, forgive old wounds, and step fully into new patterns. The atmosphere around you is too sacred to be polluted by bitterness or fear. Chosen one. Understand this. The shift in atmosphere is not always comfortable. Winds can feel unsettling. Storms can feel overwhelming. And transitions can feel uncertain. But do not mistake discomfort for danger. What feels chaotic is often simply unfamiliar. You are not being destroyed. You are being moved. You are not being shaken apart. You are being shifted forward. The Apostle Paul reminds us in Romans chapter 12, verse 2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, his good, pleasing and perfect will." Oh, chosen one. This is the essence of your shift. Transformation begins with the renewal of your mind. The atmosphere changes first within you before it manifests around you. As your thoughts align with truth, your spirit aligns with heaven, and your atmosphere shifts accordingly. You no longer conform to the weight of this world. You live under the lightness of divine alignment. Chosen one. Think of how far you have come. There were seasons when despair filled the air around you, when hopelessness clung to you like fog. But now, the air is clear. Hope is rising. Faith is stirring. Joy is breaking through. This is the shift in atmosphere. It is the evidence that heaven has intervened, that your prayers have been answered, that your tears have been seen. Do not resist the change. Do not cling to the old when the new has arrived. Sometimes the shift requires leaving familiar places, familiar patterns, even familiar people. That is not loss, it is alignment. You cannot remain in yesterday's climate while stepping into tomorrow's promise. The winds of the Spirit are moving, and you must move with them. Chosen one. Be encouraged. The shift in atmosphere is proof that your breakthrough is not far, just as the smell of rain precedes the downpour. This shift precedes manifestation, the heaviness lifting, the peace growing, the clarity forming. These are signs that the heavens are opening over you. The season of drought is ending. The season of overflow is here. But remember, the shift is not just for you. It is for those connected to you. Your changed atmosphere becomes a shelter for others. People will find peace under your covering. They will find clarity in your words, strength in your presence, hope in your testimony. You are not just experiencing a shift, You are becoming one. You are a walking atmosphere of heaven. Chosen one. Walk boldly into this new climate. Breathe deeply of the fresh air of destiny. Let the winds of the Spirit carry you higher than you thought possible. Do not fear the unfamiliar. Embrace it. For it is not chaos. It is change. It is not destruction. It is direction. The atmosphere has shifted. The climate has changed. And your destiny is now breaking forth. Chosen one. The atmosphere has shifted. And with it comes a call to prophetic action. Heaven is not only moving around you, it is asking for your response. God has never worked without human agreement. From the beginning of time, He created partnership with humanity, calling men and women to align with His will. And now, chosen one. That same call rests upon you. This is not a time to remain silent. This is not a time to stand still. Heaven is requiring your voice, your decision, your alignment. A prophetic action is not just symbolic, it is spiritual warfare. It is your way of saying, I am not just listening, I am agreeing. I am not just hearing, I am obeying. When you act, the unseen world responds. Consider how often God has asked His people to do something unusual as a sign of faith. Noah built an ark when rain had never fallen. Moses stretched his staff over the sea before it parted. Joshua marched around the walls of Jericho in silence before they fell. These actions were not logical, they were prophetic. They activated heaven's power in the earth. Chosen one. Heaven is asking you for prophetic action. Not tomorrow. Not next week now. Your agreement with this moment is a weapon. Your declaration in faith is an act of war against the lies of the enemy. Your step of obedience is the key that unlocks the next door. The ancient words recorded in James, chapter 2, verses 17 declare, faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead. I, chosen one, you have believed long enough. You have prayed. You have hoped. You have waited. But now is the time to act. Your faith must be visible, tangible, undeniable. It must move beyond silent belief into prophetic declaration. And so, I invite you to mark this moment with a number of alignment. Comment boldly, 7,777. Why 7,777? Because 7 is the number of completion, perfection, and divine fulfillment. And 4 sevens together speak of multiplied fullness, a seal of heaven's ultimate authority over your life. By declaring 7,777, you are saying, I align with heaven's perfection. I agree with divine completion. I step fully into prophetic fulfillment. End of quote. Do not underestimate this act. It may look small, but in the spirit, it is thunder. Demons hear it and tremble. Angels hear it and rejoice. Heaven records it as evidence that you have said yes. The prophetic number you declare is not for vanity, it is a covenant. It is a signature on the contract of your destiny. Chosen one. Prophetic action always precedes prophetic manifestation. When Elijah prayed for rain, he told his servant to look again and again, even when there was nothing to see. That act of persistence brought the cloud. When Naaman dipped 7 times in the river, he looked foolish at first, but healing followed. Your prophetic act may feel simple, but it carries eternal weight. You may wonder, why numbers? Why comments? Why declarations? because words and actions carry power in the spiritual realm. When you speak, heaven and hell listen. When you act in faith, you draw the line in the sand. You testify before all realms, I belong to God. I choose obedience. I step into my destiny. End of crew. Chosen one. The Spirit is watching for your response. Angels are waiting for your yes. The prophetic action you take today becomes the seed of tomorrow's harvest. If you remain silent, you risk delay. But if you act in faith, you accelerate destiny. This is not superstition, it is spiritual law. Faith without works is dead, but faith expressed through obedience is explosive. Your declaration is more than words. It is fire. It is alignment. It is warfare. Think of the walls in your own life, obstacles that have stood for years, chains that have resisted every effort. These walls are waiting for prophetic action. They will not fall by logic or effort. They will fall by obedience. And your obedience today, your willingness to declare boldly, will shake those walls to their foundation. Chosen one. Prophetic action is not only about victory, it is also about identity. When you move, you remind yourself of who you are. You silence the whispers of doubt, the lies of the enemy, the fears that tell you to remain hidden. Every action of faith is a reminder, I am chosen, I am sealed, I am aligned. Lo, do not despise the small steps. They are gateways to greater ones. One declaration today leads to greater obedience tomorrow. One act of faith today leads to miracles tomorrow. Every time you respond, you are training your spirit to live in alignment with heaven. Chosen one. Listen carefully. This is not a casual invitation. This is a prophetic moment. Heaven has shifted the atmosphere, and now it asks for your yes. Do not hesitate. Do not delay. Seal your alignment with prophetic action. Comment 7,777 and let that number echo in the spirit as proof that you are stepping into your fullness. And when you do, remember, this is not about algorithms or visibility. It is about testimony. Your declaration will inspire other chosen ones who read it. Your number will confirm to someone else that they are not alone. Your obedience will ripple outward, strengthening the body of Christ. Chosen one. Your faith has waited long enough. Your prayers have lingered long enough. Your destiny has been delayed long enough. It is time to act. Heaven is calling. The Spirit is stirring. The moment is now. Do not shrink back. Do not dismiss it. Do not silence your voice. Respond with action. Respond with faith. Respond with prophetic authority. Chosen one. This is your time. Step boldly. Declare loudly. Move fearlessly. And watch as heaven responds to your obedience. Chosen one. It is time to see yourself as heaven sees you. You are not defined by your wounds, your past mistakes, or even your current struggles. You carry something far greater, something eternal, the very DNA of heaven itself. This is not a metaphor or a nice phrase. It is spiritual truth. Your identity is not rooted in this world. It is anchored in God. From the beginning, when God formed humanity, He did so by imprinting His image into us. Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness. He declared, that was not simply about appearance, but about essence. The Creator stamped His divine nature into your soul. even though sin tried to corrupt that design. The Spirit of God has restored it in you. Through Christ, you now walk not as an orphan of this world, but as a child carrying heaven's DNA. Chosen one. Have you noticed how you simply do not fit into worldly systems? The values of this world feel shallow. The pursuits of others feel empty. That is because your spirit is not wired for vanity, it is wired for eternity. While others hunger for applause, you hunger for purpose. While others chase shadows, you long for light. That hunger itself is proof of your identity. You are carrying something this world cannot satisfy. This is why you often feel misunderstood. People look at you and think, why don't they just go with the flow? Why don't they fit in? Why do they make life harder than it needs to be? But the truth is, you were never designed to blend in. The DNA of heaven is disruptive. It calls you higher, sets you apart, and makes compromise impossible. Your spirit rejects what is counterfeit because it recognizes what is true. The Apostle John wrote in the Gospel, chapter 3, verse 6, "Flesh gives birth to flesh, but the Spirit gives birth to spirit." No, chosen one, your flesh came from the earth, but your spirit was born of heaven. That is why the world can never own you. That is why sin can never truly satisfy you. That is why, even in your darkest seasons, you felt the tug of light. Your spirit remembers where it came from, and it longs to return to alignment. Chosen one, heaven's DNA inside you carries authority. It gives you discernment, the ability to see what others cannot. It gives you resilience, the ability to endure storms that would break others. It gives you compassion, the ability to feel burdens beyond your own. These are not coincidences, they are traits of your divine lineage. They mark you as a child of God. Consider how many times you thought you would break, but didn't. How many times you thought you would lose your mind, but peace somehow found you. How many times you thought you would never recover, yet strength rose from within you. That was not human willpower. That was the DNA of heaven sustaining you. The spirit inside you will not let you quit, because it knows the truth. You are chosen. This is also why you feel the pull between two worlds. Part of you lives in time, but part of you resonates with eternity. Part of you engages in daily life, but part of you carries a constant awareness of the unseen. That tension is not a flaw, it is a feature. It keeps you from settling. It keeps you from forgetting who you are. It reminds you that while you walk on earth, you belong to heaven. Chosen one. Carrying heaven's DNA means you are an ambassador. You represent another kingdom wherever you go. Your words, your choices, your presence, all of it speaks on behalf of the one who sent you. That is why people are drawn to you without knowing why. That is why some resist you without explanation. They are not responding to your personality. They are responding to the kingdom you carry. This identity also comes with responsibility. You cannot live carelessly when you carry heaven. Your choices matter. Your words matter. Your conduct matters. Not because God is waiting to punish you, but because your life is a living message. Every step you take communicates something to those watching. You must walk in alignment so that your message is clear, that heaven is real, that light is stronger than darkness, that chosen ones cannot be silenced. Chosen one. Understand this. You are not evolving into something divine. You already are marked. The spirit within you is proof. The authority you carry is proof. The hunger in your soul is proof. Stop waiting for someone else to validate you. Stop searching for external confirmation of what heaven has already decreed. You are chosen, and your identity is sealed. There will be moments when the enemy tries to convince you otherwise. He will whisper that you are ordinary, that your failures disqualify you, that your mistakes prove you are not chosen, but those are lies designed to shake your awareness. The truth remains, your identity is not rooted in your perfection, but in God's perfection within you. Heaven's DNA cannot be erased by earthly failures. Chosen one. Let this sink deep. You are not fighting to become something you are already, it. You are not climbing toward chosenness. You are walking it out. You are not begging for heaven's approval. You already carry heaven's seal. The journey is not about gaining identity. It is about awakening to what you already are. And when you awaken, everything changes. You stop striving for validation and start living in authority. You stop hiding your light and start shining without apology. You stop questioning your worth and start walking in confidence. This is the transformation of awareness. It unleashes the power of the DNA you already carry. Chosen one. Do not shrink back from this truth. Do not water yourself down to make others comfortable. Do not compromise your identity to avoid rejection. Heaven's DNA will never allow you to blend in. You are not meant to be hidden. You are meant to be revealed. So, walk boldly, not as a victim of your past, but as a vessel of heaven. Speak with authority, not as one who guesses, but as one who knows. Live with conviction, not as one who fears, but as one who is anchored, for you are chosen. And heaven's DNA is alive within you. Chosen one. The urgency is rising. You have carried the weight, endured the fire, and recognized the DNA of heaven within you. But now the Spirit speaks with clarity. Obedience is no longer optional. You are standing at a point where delay is dangerous. This is not meant to frighten you, but to awaken you. Heaven is calling for obedience, not tomorrow, not eventually, but now. For too long, you have wrestled with hesitation. You have felt the nudge to move, but fear whispered, "Wait." You have sensed the prompting to speak. Boot doubt silenced your voice. You have known what God was asking, but comfort persuaded you to postpone. Chosen one. You cannot afford to linger any longer. Obedience delayed is obedience denied. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 7, verse 23. But I gave them this command, obey me, and I will be your God, and you will be my people. Walk in obedience to all I command you, that it may go well with you. Do you hear the promise? Obedience is the key that unlocks favor. It is the bridge between promise and fulfillment. When you obey, heaven aligns with you. When you hesitate, you step out of alignment, and the flow of blessing is interrupted. This is why obedience cannot be half-hearted. It must be full, immediate, and complete. Chosen one. Think of the times you did obey. Do you remember the peace that followed? The clarity that came? The unexpected doors that opened? That was the fruit of obedience. And think of the times you hesitated. Do you remember the heaviness that followed? The confusion, the missed opportunities? That was the cost of delay. Heaven does not punish you in anger. It simply allows the weight of disobedience to teach you the urgency of obedience. The danger of delay is that it numbs you. The more you postpone, the easier it becomes to silence conviction. The more you resist, the fainter the voice of the Spirit seems. That is why Scripture warns. Today, if you hear His voice, do not harden your hearts. The voice of God is clear now, but it will not shout forever. At some point, mercy steps back and says, "Let them walk their own way." Chosen one, do not let it reach that point. Your obedience is bigger than you. It is not just about your blessing, your breakthrough, your destiny. It is about the souls tied to your life. When you obey, chains fall off families. Atmospheres shift in cities. Curses break over generations. Your yes is not a small ripple, it is a tidal wave in the spirit. That is why the enemy fights so hard to keep you paralyzed in hesitation. If he can delay you, he can delay the deliverance of many. But here is the good news. Obedience is not complicated. It is not about perfection or grandeur. It is about saying yes in the small things. Yes, in the quiet moments. Yes, when no one is watching. Every act of obedience trains your spirit, strengthens your faith, and multiplies your impact. You may think it is insignificant, but heaven sees every yes as sacred. Chosen one. The urgency of obedience is this. You do not have forever to decide. Life moves forward. Seasons change. Windows open and close. There are appointed times for destiny, and missing them comes with cost. Yet right now, you still have the chance to align. Right now, the window is open. Right now, the Spirit is whispering. Move. Do not wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow is not promised. Let this truth stir you. Hesitation is expensive, but obedience is rewarding. The cost of delay is regret. The fruit of obedience is glory. You have already tasted both, and you know which one you prefer. So why hesitate any longer? Rise now, move now, obey now. And let me speak to you with sincerity. If this word burns in your spirit, if you know it is for you, do not let it fade away. Like this message so you can return to it. Share it with others who may be struggling with hesitation. And subscribe so you remain connected to words that keep you aligned. This is not about routine, it is about staying awake, staying sharp, staying obedient in a world that lulls many to sleep. Chosen one. Obedience is freedom. When you obey, you no longer wrestle with guilt. You no longer carry the weight of compromise. You walk light. You walk free. You walk with authority. The Spirit flows through you, unhindered, and heaven's power surrounds you. This is the life you were created for, not half obedience, not delayed obedience, but full surrender. Yes, it costs something. Obedience always does. It may cost comfort, relationships, or opportunities, but what it unlocks is far greater than what it costs. Every act of obedience plants seeds that will bear fruit for eternity. Every yes builds a legacy that will outlast your life. Every step forward brings you closer to the fullness of your destiny. Chosen one. Hear this clearly. You are one decision away from breakthrough. You are one act of obedience away from doors opening, chains breaking, and blessings overflowing. Do not let hesitation rob you of what is already prepared. The time is too late for delay. The Spirit is too clear for confusion. The call is too strong for compromise. The urgency of obedience is upon you now. Heaven is waiting. The earth is groaning. Souls are longing. The time is here. Will you move, chosen one? Do not let this moment pass. Do not return to hesitation. Do not silence the Spirit again. Say yes. Step forward. Obey. And watch as the heavens open over your life. Chosen one. The moment you step into obedience, something powerful takes place. Heaven assigns angels to your path. You are not walking this journey alone. Every step you take in faith is accompanied by unseen warriors, sent directly from the throne of God to protect, guide, and fight for you. They are not distant, ethereal beings. They are present, surrounding you. Right now, perhaps you have felt it without realizing, that sudden peace in a dangerous place, that unexplainable protection when the accident should have taken your life, that quiet voice that whispered, "Go this way, not that way." Those were not coincidences. They were angelic interventions. You did not survive because you were lucky. You survived because heaven had stationed guardians on your path. The Book of Psalms, chapter 91, verses 11 and 12, declares this truth. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. Chosen one. Do you see the authority in those words? God commands his angels on your behalf. Not requests, not suggests. He commands. That means your protection is not optional. It is ordained. Wherever you walk, angelic forces walk with you. They shield you from unseen traps. They battle demons that rise against you. They ensure your destiny remains intact. And yet, the enemy has tried to convince you that you are alone. He whispers that no one cares, no one sees, no one protects. But that is a lie designed to weaken your faith. The truth is that you are surrounded. Even when people abandoned you, heaven did not. Even when friends betrayed you, angels remained. Even when you felt isolated, you were never unguarded. Chosen one. Angels are not only protectors, they are also messengers. They carry instructions, revelations, and confirmations from heaven. Think of the moments when clarity struck you suddenly, when you knew what to do without explanation. Many times, that clarity was delivered by angelic presence. Their role is not to replace the Spirit, but to assist the Spirit, to ensure that nothing hinders you from hearing and walking in alignment. Angels also war for you. When you pray, when you declare truth, when you walk in obedience, angels move into battle. They fight principalities, dismantle schemes, and hold back forces you cannot even see. This is why prayer is never wasted. The moment you release words of faith, the atmosphere shifts because angelic armies are activated. Do not underestimate their presence. Do not reduce them to distant ideas. They are active, constant, and loyal. Their assignment is tied to your destiny, and until your purpose is complete, they will not abandon their post. This is why you survived when death came close, why you overcame when defeat seemed certain, why you rose again after falling. Angels lifted you, carried you, fought for you. Chosen one. Sometimes the warfare in your life has been so intense because the angelic armies around you were clashing with forces sent against you. The heaviness you felt, the strange resistance, the oppression in the atmosphere. Those were signs that battles were being fought on your behalf. You may not have seen the swords, but you felt the weight, and yet you are still here. Proof that your angels prevailed. This truth should not make you passive. Angels fight, but you must align. When you walk in obedience, you strengthen their position. When you walk in rebellion, you hinder their assignment. They war best when you remain in faith. Your prayers give them ammunition. Your obedience gives them access. Your declarations give them authority. You are partners in the unseen war, and your role is vital. Chosen one. Do not fear what rises against you. The enemy wants you to feel outnumbered, overwhelmed, cornered. But the truth is always the same. Those who are with you are greater than those against you. Remember Elisha and his servant. When the city was surrounded by enemy armies, the servant panicked. But Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." And suddenly, the servant saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire surrounding Elisha. The enemy looked large, but heaven's army was larger. The same is true for you. Everywhere you go, you are escorted. When you wake, angels stand guard. When you sleep, they surround your bed. When you travel, they cover the roads. When you battle, they fight with you. You are never unguarded, never unprotected, never abandoned. Chosen one. This truth should stir courage in you. You can walk into dark places without fear, knowing you carry light and are backed by armies. You can face giants without trembling, knowing you are never outnumbered. You can endure storms without despair, knowing angels surround your vessel. But there is something else. Angels also celebrate your obedience. When you rise in faith, they rejoice. When you declare truth, they echo it in the heavens. When you step into destiny, they march with you in victory. You are not just protected, you are celebrated. Chosen one. You are never walking alone. Every moment of your life has been shielded by unseen guardians. The fact that you are alive right now is proof of angelic assignment. You should have been destroyed, but you weren't. You should have been broken, but you weren't. You should have been forgotten, but you weren't. Why? Because heaven commands angels concerning you. And so, I invite you to seal this truth with a declaration. Comment these words: I am guarded. And do not dismiss this as casual. When you write it, you testify to yourself, to heaven, and to hell. You silence the lie of abandonment. You strengthen your faith in protection. You remind yourself that no matter how intense the battle, you are covered. These 3 words are not just a comment, they are a prophetic statement of your reality. Chosen one. Let your spirit rest in this. Angels walk with you. You are not defenseless. You are not alone. You are not fragile. You are guarded. You are shielded. You are protected by the armies of heaven. Chosen one. By now, you have begun to see how extraordinary your journey has been. You have carried the weight of battles others could not endure. You have walked paths that broke many before you. And yet you still stand. There is a reason for this. You are not just surviving, you are disrupting. You are a divine interrupter of cycles, a breaker of chains, a threat to generational darkness. You may not even realize the extent of your impact yet, Many of the struggles you faced did not begin with you. They were inherited patterns, cycles of destruction passed down through bloodlines. Addiction, poverty, fear, rejection, brokenness, these were not random. They were chains forged generations ago, waiting for someone strong enough, chosen enough, to break them. That someone is you, chosen one. The reason your battles have been so intense is because you are the disruptor. Darkness saw you coming before you understood who you were. The enemy knew that if you ever awakened, you would dismantle what he had carefully built for generations. He tried to destroy you early, to silence you before your voice grew strong, to crush you before your light could shine. But he failed. You survived. And by surviving, you disrupted. The Word of God declares in the Gospel of John, chapter 8, verse 36, "So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed." Freedom is not only for you, it is for those connected to you. When chains break in your life, they break in your family. When you rise, others rise. When you walk in freedom, you become a living key that unlocks doors for those who come after you. This is why you could not remain bound. Heaven did not choose you only for yourself. It chose you to disrupt cycles and establish new legacies. Think about it. How many times did you feel like the different one in your family? The one who thought differently, felt differently, lived differently? That was not a coincidence. It was a sign of your assignment. You were never meant to continue the cycle. You were meant to confront it. Where others settled, you questioned. Where others surrendered, you resisted. Where others were silent, you spoke. That is the mark of a disruptor. Chosen one. Disrupting darkness is not easy. It means carrying weight that others ignore. It means standing firm when others mock you. It means facing warfare more intense than those around you. But it also means walking in authority more powerful than you realize. For every chain you break, light floods into places that were once filled with shadow. For every cycle you disrupt, future generations breathe easier. For every battle you win, the kingdom of God expands. Do not underestimate your impact. The prayers you pray are not just for today, they are dismantling curses from decades past. The choices you make are not just for yourself, they are shaping the lives of those who will come after you. Every step of obedience is echoing through generations. You are rewriting history, not with ink, but with fire. Chosen one. Darkness fears you for this very reason. You are unpredictable. You refuse to conform. You carry heaven's DNA, and you are dangerous to the enemy's plans. Wherever you go, you disrupt atmospheres. You carry truth into places built on lies. You bring light into spaces designed for shadows. You carry hope into hearts long crushed by despair. You are not just living, you are disrupting. But hear this. Being a disruptor means you will often feel misunderstood. People will not always celebrate you. Some will resist you, not because they hate you, but because your presence exposes what they are unwilling to face. Light reveals, and revelation is uncomfortable. Do not let their resistance silence you. Their discomfort is proof that your disruption is working. Chosen one. You must embrace this identity. Stop apologizing for being different. Stop shrinking to make others comfortable. Stop second-guessing your fire because it intimidates those still living in shadow. You are not called to fit in, You are called to disrupt. That is why you carry authority. That is why you survived battles. That is why you feel a fire burning in your bones. And remember, disruption is not destruction. You are not here to tear down for the sake of tearing down. You are here to uproot darkness so that light can flourish. You are here to break chains so that freedom can flow. You are here to confront lies so that truth can reign. Your disruption is divine, it is holy. It is not chaos, it is order being restored. Chosen one. Even now, chains are breaking because you exist. The very fact that you are alive is a disruption to hell. Every breath you take is a reminder to the enemy that he lost. Every step you take is a declaration that cycles end with you. You may not always see it, but heaven says it. Angels record it. Hell fears it. Do not grow weary in this fight. Yes, it is heavy. Yes, it is lonely. Yes, it costs you much, but the fruit is eternal. One day, you will look back and see generations walking in freedom because you dared to disrupt. You will see families whole because you refused to bow. You will see legacies transformed because you chose obedience over compromise. Chosen one. This is why you could never be ordinary. This is why your life has always carried tension. You are not a continuation of what was, you are the beginning of what will be. You are the interruption in the enemy's plans. You are the spark that ignites new fires. You are the disruptor of darkness. So lift your head high. Walk boldly. Do not fear the backlash. It is proof of your impact. Do not resent the isolation. It is proof of your distinction. Do not despise the heaviness. It is proof of your assignment. You are chosen. And chosen ones always disrupt. Chosen one. Your very presence is warfare. Your very life is prophecy. Your very obedience is revolution. Never forget it. Chosen one. The truth of who you are is not only that you disrupt darkness, but also that you carry the authority to break curses. For too long, chains of bondage have wrapped around your family line. Cycles of pain have repeated across generations, and invisible barriers have hindered destiny. But you were born to bring those patterns to an end. The reason your life has felt heavier than others is because you are the one called to confront what others allowed. Look closely at your family history. Perhaps you see cycles of poverty, addiction, broken relationships, anger, sickness, or silence. These are not mere coincidences. They are strongholds passed down, reinforced by choices, traumas, and agreements made in generations past. Darkness thrives in repetition, hoping that no one will rise to challenge it. But heaven chose you as the challenger. You are the breaker of curses. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 6. But showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. Oh, do you see the contrast? Curses linger for a few generations, but blessings flow for 1,000. That is the power you carry. By standing in obedience, by walking in alignment, you break the cycle of darkness and establish a new legacy of light. One decision of faith can shift the trajectory of generations to come. Chosen one. Breaking curses is not about rituals, it is about revelation. It begins the moment you recognize the pattern and refuse to accept it any longer. You look at the chain and declare, "This ends with me." You stand as the line between past and future. between bondage and freedom. That is the authority heaven has given you. But understand this, the battle will resist you. Curses do not break without struggle. They will rise in anger when confronted, hoping to intimidate you into surrender. That is why your life has felt like constant warfare. You were not just fighting your own battles, you were wrestling ancient ones. The heaviness you carried was not always yours, it was generational. But your victory will not only be yours either, it will be generational. Chosen one. This is why you could not remain silent. This is why you felt the fire to pray, even when no one else in your family did. This is why you felt conviction when others ignored it. Heaven was awakening you to your assignment. You were not meant to blend into the curse. You were meant to confront it. And you have already begun. Every time you chose truth over lies, chains weakened. Every time you forgave instead of retaliating, curses cracked. Every time you prayed when others mocked, strongholds trembled. You may not see the fullness yet, but the breaking is happening. The curse has lost its permanence the moment you stood in faith. Chosen one. Do not be discouraged by the weight of this task. You are not breaking these chains alone. The Spirit of the living God dwells within you, empowering every prayer, every act of obedience, every declaration. Your authority does not come from your strength, but from His. That is why you will succeed where others failed. That is why you will endure where others collapsed. That is why you will conquer what seemed unbreakable. When you break curses, you open the door for blessings to flow. Blessings of peace, stability, health, love, and abundance. These blessings are not just for you, they are for your children, and your children's children, and all who follow after you. You are planting seeds of freedom that will bloom into forests of blessing for generations you will never even meet. That is the power of your obedience. Chosen one. This assignment explains your difference. Others may have mocked you for being too spiritual, too intense, or too serious, but they did not understand. You were carrying the assignment of generations. You could not live lightly when the weight of destiny rested on your shoulders. You were chosen to break what they normalized. Yes, it has been painful. Yes, it has cost you relationships, comfort, and ease. But consider the cost of not rising. If you had stayed silent, the curse would have continued. The chains would have tightened. Future generations would have suffered what you suffered, and worse. But because of your yes, that story changes. You are writing a new legacy, one marked by light instead of darkness. Chosen one. Take heart. The battle is fierce, but the victory is sure. Every curse bows to the name of Jesus. Every chain shatters under His authority. Every stronghold crumbles when confronted by His Spirit. And that Spirit is alive within you. You are not weak. You are not outnumbered. You are not unprepared. You are armed with heaven itself. Do not fear the process. Breaking curses is not always instant. It is often progressive. It unfolds through choices, prayers, and persistence. But every step matters. Every act of obedience chips away at the chain until it breaks completely. Do not despise the slow breaking. Rejoice in it, for it proves the process is working. Chosen one. Lift your head. You are not cursed. You are the curse breaker. You are not bound. You are the liberator. You are not trapped. You are the key. Your life is the answer to prayers whispered by generations before you. They longed for freedom, and heaven answered through you. So stand firm. Do not waver. Do not retreat. The curse ends with you, and the blessing begins with you. You are the hinge on which the door of destiny swings, and as you obey, heaven will flood through that open door, transforming everything connected to your name. Chosen one. You are not just chosen to shine, you are chosen to break. And break you will, until every chain lies shattered and every curse lies silenced. Chosen one. After curses are broken, after strongholds collapse, heaven always gives one more chance for people to respond. That chance is mercy extended. But hear this clearly, mercy is not endless. There comes a moment when God's voice is no longer a gentle whisper, but a final warning. And you are standing in such a moment right now. For too long, many have played with grace, mistaking patience for permission. They have delayed obedience, entertained rebellion, and silenced conviction, thinking there will always be more time. But heaven is sounding the alarm. The window is closing. The time for hesitation is over. When mercy is withdrawn, only judgment remains. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him, but if Baal is God, follow him. Chosen one. This is not the hour to waver. This is not the moment to stand in indecision. You are being summoned to choose fully, completely, without compromise. Destiny cannot be reached halfway. You cannot walk in both light and darkness, cannot serve two masters, cannot live split between calling and comfort. The final warning is clear. Choose this day whom you will serve. This warning is not rooted in fear, but in love. God would rather shake you awake than watch you drift into destruction. He would rather confront you now than lose you later. The urgency you feel in your spirit is not random. It is mercy, making one last appeal. Chosen one. Remember the times you felt the tug, but ignored it. The times conviction pierced your heart, but you silenced it with excuses. Each of those moments was grace extended. But grace is not infinite in its patience. There is a point where delay becomes rebellion, and rebellion becomes blindness. That is the danger of ignoring the voice of God. You are not standing here by accident. You are reading this because heaven arranged it. This message is not coincidence. It is the final reminder that mercy is still available. But it will not wait forever. You are standing on the edge of decision, and what you choose next will shape everything that follows. Chosen one. The Spirit is saying, do not take this lightly. The weight of eternity rests on your response. This is bigger than comfort, bigger than convenience, bigger than feelings. This is about life and death, blessing and curse, destiny and destruction. The line is drawn, and heaven is watching. Perhaps you feel unworthy. Perhaps you think you have failed too many times. But the warning is not here to condemn you. It is here to remind you that the door is still open. You have not gone too far. You have not missed your chance. But you must act now. Do not wait for another confirmation, another sign, another moment. This is your sign. This is your moment. The mercy of God is miraculous, but it is also mysterious. It remains long enough to save you, but departs when continually rejected. That is why Scripture says, My spirit will not always strive with man. Heaven will not wrestle with you forever. At some point, silence falls. Chosen one. Do not mistake God's silence for his approval. Respond while the invitation still stands. This is why I must invite you to seal this moment with a prophetic act of agreement. Comment boldly. 888. Why 888? Because it represents new beginnings in their fullest form, an eternal cycle of grace multiplied. By writing 888, you are declaring, I choose the new. I accept the warning. I step into mercy while it is still available. You are testifying before heaven and earth that you will not waver anymore. Chosen one. Do not let pride silence you. Do not let fear hold you back. The act of writing this number may feel small, but it carries eternal weight. It is your way of saying, I hear you, Lord, and I respond. It is the visible sign of an invisible decision, a prophetic stamp that you will not ignore the final warning. Mercy is still open, but the clock is ticking. The window is narrow, but it is not yet shut. This is your chance to realign, to surrender, to obey. Do not wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow is not promised. Do not assume you have more time. You may not. All you have is now, and now is enough. Chosen one. This warning is not to terrify you, but to awaken you. If you feel conviction stirring, rejoice. Conviction is proof that your heart is still soft, that the Spirit is still near, that the door is still open. The most dangerous place is not feeling conviction at all. The fact that you feel the weight of this word is proof that mercy is reaching for you one more time. But do not waste it. Do not dismiss it. Do not scroll past and silence the fire in your chest. Respond. Surrender. Choose. Act. Heaven is waiting for your yes. Chosen one. The final warning is not a threat. It is an invitation. It is the mercy of God saying, I love you too much to let you drift any longer. Will you respond? Will you choose him fully? Will you step out of hesitation into obedience? Out of compromise into covenant? Out of delay into destiny? The door is open. The invitation is clear. The warning is urgent. And the choice is yours. Chosen one. Now that the final warning has sounded, now that mercy has pressed upon your spirit with urgency, I must remind you of something far greater than the weight of warning. You are marked by glory. This is not fragile, temporary, or uncertain. It is an eternal mark, sealed upon you by heaven itself. When God chooses you, He marks you. When He marks you, nothing in this world or in hell can erase it. That mark is not visible to human eyes, but it is unmistakable in the Spirit. Demons see it and tremble. Angels see it and rejoice. Heaven sees it and affirms. This one belongs to me. You may not always feel glorious. You may not always see your worth. But your chosenness is written in fire upon your spirit. You are not ordinary. You are marked. The book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, declares this call. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. I, my chosen one. Do you hear that? The glory of the Lord is not just visiting you, it is rising upon you. That means it is increasing, spreading, becoming undeniable. You cannot hide what heaven has placed on you. You cannot diminish what God Himself has ignited. The mark of glory is permanent, and it will follow you all the days of your life. This explains why people respond to you the way they do. Some are drawn without knowing why, sensing the peace and strength in your presence. Others recoil, uncomfortable with the light you carry because it exposes what they would rather hide. Do not be surprised by either reaction. Both are evidence of the mark of glory. Both prove that you are chosen. Chosen one. The mark of glory is not about pride, it is about purpose. It is not a badge of superiority, but a seal of assignment. God marks you so that you can shine, so that you can lead, so that you can disrupt darkness. Your mark is your mission. It is a constant reminder that your life does not belong to chance, it belongs to God. But carrying glory is not always easy. The mark makes you visible in the spirit realm. Darkness knows your name. The battles you face are fiercer because of the glory you carry. Hell does not waste energy attacking those without impact. But you are different. You carry fire. You carry authority. You carry glory. That is why your warfare has been so intense. It is proof of your mark. Chosen one. Never confuse battle scars with failure. The scars you carry are evidence of survival, evidence of endurance, evidence of glory. The oil of anointing is pressed through crushing, and you have been crushed but not destroyed. Out of your pain flows authority, and out of your scars shines glory. You are not weaker for what you endured. You are stronger, brighter, more radiant. Your mark of glory also carries inheritance. It is not only for you, it is for those connected to you. When you walk in your calling, your family is impacted. When you stand in your authority, chains on others are broken. When you shine with the glory of God, others find light for their own paths. You are marked not just for personal destiny, but for generational impact. Chosen one. Glory does not fade with age, time, or circumstance. What God places, no man can remove. Even when you feel unworthy, the mark remains. Even when you fall, the mark remains. Even when you doubt, the mark remains. God's choosing is stronger than your stumbling. His glory outshines your failures. You are sealed, and the seal cannot be broken. This is why you must rise. No more hiding, no more shrinking, no more apologizing. You are marked to shine. The world is darker now than ever, and your light is needed. Do not bury it under fear. Do not silence it under doubt. Do not dim it to make others comfortable. Let the glory rise, for it was never meant to stay hidden. And let me speak this to you sincerely. If this word is stirring something inside of you, if you feel the truth of your mark, I encourage you, like this message so you can return to it whenever you forget. Share it with another chosen one who needs reminding of their mark. And subscribe so you never miss the next reminder heaven has for you. This is not about routine. It is about living in constant awareness of your chosenness. Chosen one. The mark of glory changes everything. You walk differently. You speak differently. You think differently. You no longer live for survival. You live for destiny. You no longer chase validation. You carry confirmation. You no longer fear rejection. You understand you are already accepted by heaven. But hear this. Glory demands responsibility. To carry glory is to walk in purity, humility, and obedience. Pride will try to corrupt it. Compromise will try to dilute it. Distraction will try to bury it. Guard your mark. Protect it fiercely. Live in such a way that the glory of God is never clouded by your choices. Chosen one. You may feel small in the eyes of the world, but in the Spirit you shine like a flame that cannot be extinguished. Nations may not know your name, but heaven does. Darkness may rage against you, but it cannot erase you. You are marked with glory, and that mark is eternal. Lift your head. Beloved, wear your mark with confidence. Walk with the assurance that you are chosen, sealed, and radiant. Let the world see the glory of God rising upon you, not for your praise but for His. You are the evidence of His power, the vessel of His light, the torchbearer of His kingdom. Chosen one, you are marked forever. Nothing can change that. Nothing can erase it. Nothing can stop it. You are chosen, and the glory of the Lord rests upon you now and always. Chosen one, now that you know you are marked by glory, it is time to lift your eyes beyond your own journey. The world is waiting for you. Nations, families, communities, even people you will never meet are waiting for your obedience. You are not chosen for isolation, you are chosen for impact. Heaven has entrusted you with a light that cannot be hidden. And that light is not just for your path, it is for the paths of many. Think about it. Your story is not only about survival. Every battle you endured, every scar you carry, every victory you won, none of it was only for you. It was for those who will draw strength from your testimony. When you speak, others will find courage. When you rise, others will rise. When you walk in obedience, chains will break far beyond your own life. The Apostle Paul declared in Romans chapter 8, verse 19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." Chosen one. Creation itself is waiting for you. The earth longs for chosen ones to step into their authority, to walk boldly in their identity, to shine without fear. The broken are waiting for your light. The bound are waiting for your freedom. The hopeless are waiting for your hope. You are not just carrying a calling, you are carrying answers. This is why the enemy has fought you so relentlessly. He wanted you silenced, hidden, paralyzed, because he knew that once you awakened, you would not only change your own life, you would change the lives of many. Every attack against you was not just about you. It was about silencing the ripple effect of your destiny. But the fact that you are still here, still standing, still listening, proves that his plan failed. Chosen one, do you realize the weight of what you carry? Your words are not casual, they are seeds. Your presence is not ordinary, it is atmosphere shifting. Your obedience is not small, it is history making. This is why heaven is calling you to rise, not for fame, not for applause, but for impact. Nations are waiting. And this is not just about global stages. Sometimes the nations waiting for you are the people in your home, your workplace, your circle. Sometimes it is one child who will grow differently because of your example. Sometimes it is one friend who will find salvation because of your testimony. Sometimes it is one life spared from destruction because you dared to speak. Never underestimate the impact of your obedience. Chosen one. Your calling is both personal and collective. You are chosen to carry fire in your generation. Others may live for themselves, but you live for something bigger. Others may chase comfort, but you chase destiny. Others may be satisfied with survival, but you burn for transformation. That burning is the evidence of your assignment. Do not let fear hold you back. Do not let the thought of inadequacy silence you. Heaven does not call the qualified, it qualifies the called. You are not chosen because of your perfection, you are chosen because of your willingness. You may feel small, but heaven calls you mighty. You may feel ordinary, but heaven calls you extraordinary. You may feel unprepared, but heaven has already prepared you. Chosen one. It is time to declare your readiness. This is not a passive moment, it is a prophetic one. I invite you to comment boldly these words: I am ready. No. Why this declaration? Because it seals your agreement in the Spirit. It tells heaven, I will no longer delay. It tells hell, you cannot stop me. It tells yourself, I step forward without fear. These three words carry authority. They are not empty, they are alignment. When you write them, you are shifting the atmosphere of your own life. You are breaking hesitation and replacing it with boldness. You are silencing doubt and replacing it with conviction. You are declaring that you are no longer waiting, you are moving. Heaven takes note of such declarations, and doors open in response. Chosen one. Remember this, readiness is not about having every detail figured out. It is about saying yes. Abraham did not know the destination, but he said yes and became the father of nations. Moses did not feel capable, but he said yes and delivered Israel. Esther did not feel powerful, but she said yes and saved her people. Readiness is not about certainty, it is about surrender. Your yes today will shape your tomorrow. Your obedience now will ripple into eternity. Do not despise the small step, for small steps lead to great journeys. Do not fear starting, for starting is the victory. Every chosen one begins with a yes, and as you step, you will see heaven align. Resources will appear, connections will form, strength will rise, clarity will come. The path may not always be easy, but it will always be guided. You will not walk alone. The Spirit will go before you. Angels will walk beside you, and God's hand will cover you. Chosen one. The world is waiting. The nations are groaning. The earth is longing, and heaven is calling. Will you answer? Will you declare your readiness? Will you step into what you were created for? Do not shrink back now. You have come too far, endured too much, carried too heavy a weight to stop here. Rise in boldness, step in faith, move in obedience. You are chosen, you are marked, you are ready. And when you look back one day, you will see the impact of this. Yes, you will see lives transformed, families healed, curses broken, nations touched, and you will know it was worth it. Every battle, every tear, every scar was worth it, because destiny was fulfilled. Chosen one. Lift your head, speak your declaration, live your readiness, for the world is waiting, and heaven is watching. Chosen one. As you rise into readiness, as you walk in your assignment, you must be aware of one reality that will never change. The battle between light and darkness will intensify. This is not to discourage you, but to prepare you. The glory you carry makes you visible in the spirit realm, and visibility attracts warfare. The enemy will not sit idly by while you advance. But hear this clearly, you are not fighting for victory. you are fighting from victory. From the beginning of time, there has been a clash between kingdoms. The kingdom of light brings freedom, truth, and life. The kingdom of darkness brings bondage, deception, and death. Every chosen one becomes a battlefield, because your life is proof that light always wins. Your very existence disrupts darkness, and that disruption invites confrontation. Do not be surprised when storms rise suddenly. Do not be shaken when opposition grows louder. These are not signs of failure, they are signs of progress. The enemy only fights what he fears. The fact that you are experiencing resistance means you are advancing into territory he once controlled. If there were no threat, there would be no battle. Chosen one. Spiritual warfare is not random. It is targeted. The enemy studies patterns, searching for weaknesses. He aims at your mind with lies, at your heart with discouragement, at your body with fatigue, and at your relationships with division. His strategy is distraction. If he can occupy you with fear, doubt, or confusion, he can delay your destiny. But his strategy cannot succeed if you remain anchored in truth. The Apostle Paul writes in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." Oh, chosen one. This is why you cannot waste energy fighting people. Your battle is not with them. They may oppose you, misunderstand you, or betray you, but they are not the true enemy. They are pawns in a larger war. The real fight is against spiritual forces that fear the light you carry. Do not lower yourself to wrestle with flesh when your weapons are spiritual. Your weapons are prayer, worship, the Word of God, and faith. These may seem simple, but they are mighty. When you pray, you release divine authority. When you worship, you shift atmospheres. When you declare scripture, you wield a sword sharper than any blade. When you walk in faith, you extinguish fiery darts before they touch you. Darkness trembles, not at your strength, but at the power flowing through you. Chosen one. The warfare around you is confirmation, not condemnation. It proves that you are on the right path. If you were irrelevant, you would not be attacked. If you posed no threat, you would not be targeted. The very intensity of your battles is evidence of your significance. Do not misinterpret warfare as weakness. See it as proof of your chosenness. And remember this, the battle is already decided. Jesus declared victory on the cross, disarming powers and authorities, triumphing over them publicly. Every demon you face is already defeated. Every chain you fight is already broken. Every curse you confront is already nullified. The war may rage, but the outcome is secure. You are fighting battles that heaven has already won. Chosen one. This changes how you fight. You do not fight in desperation, you fight in confidence. You do not beg for victory, you enforce it. You do not wonder if you will win, you declare that you have already won. The enemy's only hope is to deceive you into forgetting this truth. But once you remember who you are and what Christ has accomplished, his lies lose power. You have likely felt the heaviness of warfare in recent seasons, the sleepless nights, the overwhelming thoughts, the constant resistance. But look closer, you are still standing. The attacks did not destroy you. The lies did not silence you. The storms did not drown you. Why? Because you are more than a conqueror. The spirit within you is greater than any force against you. You have been carried by victory even when you felt weak. Chosen one. Warfare also refines you. Every battle strengthens your endurance, sharpens your discernment, and deepens your authority. You are not the same person who first entered the fight. You are wiser, stronger, more resilient. The very opposition that tried to break you has built you into a warrior. And now, when you walk into new battles, you carry scars that remind the enemy of past defeats. Do not despise warfare. It is a sign of your growth and a stage for God's glory. Without Goliath, David would not have been revealed as a giant slayer. Without the furnace, the 3 Hebrews would not have been revealed as fireproof. Without the storm, the disciples would not have seen Jesus' authority over the wind and waves. Your warfare is not random, it is the platform for revelation. And though you fight, you never fight alone. Angels surround you. The Spirit empowers you. Heaven backs you. Even in your weakest moments, strength rises within you that you cannot explain. That strength is evidence of divine presence. You are never abandoned on the battlefield. You are always reinforced. Chosen one. Lift your head in battle. Do not let fear dictate your posture. Do not let lies dictate your perspective. Walk with the confidence of a warrior marked by glory. Every time you resist temptation, you win. Every time you pray in faith, you win. Every time you stand when others would fall, you win. Your life is a series of victories strung together by grace. Yes, the war continues. Yes, the enemy will not relent easily, but his time is short, and his power is limited. He can roar, but he cannot devour you. He can threaten, but he cannot destroy you. He can attack, but he cannot overcome you. You are chosen, sealed, and armed with eternal victory. So when the warfare intensifies, do not shrink back. Stand firm. Lift your sword. Declare truth. Sing praise. Pray boldly. The battle may rage, but the victory is already yours. Chosen one. Your warfare is not your end. It is your evidence. Evidence that you are chosen. Evidence that you are powerful. Evidence that you are advancing. And evidence that light will always overcome darkness. Chosen one. As the battle rages and as you endure, there is one treasure that sustains you above all, the presence of God. This is not simply an idea, a belief, or a concept. It is a reality. His presence is the very atmosphere of heaven, the essence of his being, the place where your soul finds rest. Without it, the journey becomes unbearable. With it, even the heaviest battles are carried with peace. From the beginning, humanity was designed for presence. In Eden, before sin, before struggle, before sorrow, Adam and Eve walked with God in the cool of the day. That was the original design: unbroken fellowship, uninterrupted communion, constant closeness. Sin fractured that intimacy, but through Christ, the presence has been restored. You are not wandering in isolation. You are invited back into the very atmosphere of Eden. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 16, verse 11, "You make known to me the path of life. You will fill me with joy in your presence. with eternal pleasures at your right hand. Ah no, chosen one, do you hear the promise? The path of life is revealed in his presence. Joy is not found in circumstance, it is found in his nearness. Eternal pleasures are not in fleeting things, they are in the intimacy of walking with him. Everything you need: clarity, strength, hope, peace is hidden in his presence. Think about the moments when you felt overwhelmed. Yet one encounter with his presence shifted everything. Nothing external changed. But suddenly, you felt lighter. The burden seemed less crushing. The fear less suffocating. The confusion less paralyzing. That was the presence of God. It did not remove the storm, but it silenced the storm inside you. Chosen one. His presence is not limited to holy places or sacred moments. It is not confined to churches or ceremonies. His presence dwells within you. The Spirit of the living God has made your heart his home. That means you carry the very presence of heaven wherever you go. When you walk into a room, presence walks in. When you open your mouth, presence speaks. When you pray, presence manifests. You are a vessel of divine atmosphere. And yet, presence must be honored. Though God is always near, awareness determines experience. You can be surrounded by his presence and yet remain blind to it if you are distracted. That is why Scripture says, "Be still and know that I am God." Presence requires stillness, attention, reverence. It cannot be rushed, ignored, or taken for granted. The more you honor it, the more you experience it. Chosen one. Presence transforms. When Moses spent time on the mountain with God, his face shone with glory so intensely that others could not look directly at him. He did not strive to shine. He simply carried the reflection of the presence he had been in. The same is true for you. When you linger in his presence, you begin to radiate it. People notice peace they cannot explain, strength they cannot understand, and light they cannot deny. Presence also protects. In moments of warfare, it becomes a shield around you. Darkness cannot stand where presence abides. Demons flee. Lies shatter. Fear dissolves. The enemy thrives in absence, but presence leaves him powerless. That is why the enemy tries so hard to distract you, to keep you too busy, too anxious, too weary to seek presence. He knows that if you ever dwell in it consistently, his grip will break completely. Chosen one. Presence is also provision. In his nearness, you find what striving could never achieve. Doors open. Resources flow. Answers come not because you force them, but because presence aligns everything. This is why Jesus said, "Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you." The kingdom is his presence, and when you dwell there, everything else falls into place. But hear this, presence costs something. It costs distraction. It costs pride. It costs comfort. To dwell in his presence, you must prioritize him above noise. You must choose stillness over chaos, intimacy over busyness, surrender over control. It is not always easy, but it is always worth it. Chosen one. You have tasted his presence before. You know the sweetness of it. You know the peace it brings. Do not settle for occasional moments when you were designed for constant communion. Do not treat presence as a visitor, when it was meant to be your home. Live in it. Walk in it. Breathe in it. Let it become your atmosphere, your rhythm, your reality. This is the secret of endurance. You will not survive on willpower alone. You will not overcome by strategy alone. You will not carry your calling by strength alone. Only presence sustains, empowers, and transforms. Only presence makes you unshakable. Only presence anchors you when storms rage. Chosen one. Never forget, presence is your inheritance. It is your portion. It is your promise. And it is available right now. You do not need to beg for it. You need to step into it. You do not need to strive for it. You need to surrender to it. He is near. He is here. He has always been. So let your heart rest. Let your mind be still. Let your spirit awoken. The presence of God surrounds you, fills you, and carries you. And as you dwell in it, you will find everything you have been searching for: life, joy, peace, strength, and eternal glory. Chosen one, live in His presence, for in His presence you will never be the same. Chosen one, as you dwell in the presence of God, as His nearness becomes your atmosphere, something profound begins to awaken within you. Vision, not the kind that comes from ambition or imagination, but the kind birthed by heaven itself. Vision is the ability to see beyond what is and behold what will be. It is the unveiling of destiny, the revelation of purpose, the roadmap of eternity written upon your spirit. You were never meant to wander blindly. The God who chose you also charted your course. Before you drew your first breath, He wrote the blueprint of your life. Every trial you faced, every mountain you climbed, every valley you walked, none of it was random. It was part of the unfolding vision He placed within you. And now, in this season, that vision is being awakened. The Word of God declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 18, where there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keepeth the law, happy is he. End. Chosen one. Vision is not a luxury, it is survival. Without it, life becomes a cycle of meaningless repetition, days blurring into nights without purpose. That is why the enemy has fought so hard to cloud your sight. He tried to drown you in distraction, blind you with pain, and bury you in confusion. If he could steal your vision, he could silence your destiny. But he failed. The very fact that you are still seeking proves that vision is not dead, it is waiting to be revealed. Vision is heaven's way of pulling you forward. Even in your darkest seasons, there was always a whisper that said, "There is more." Even when you felt crushed, something in you refused to settle. That whisper was vision. It reminded you that what you see now is not the end, that what you feel now is not final, that what you have endured will be redeemed. Vision is the anchor of hope. Chosen one. Vision is not always grand at first. Sometimes it comes as a seed, small and fragile, a stirring in your heart, a dream that won't let you go, a picture that flashes in your mind. Do not despise small beginnings. Every oak tree begins as a seed, and every great calling begins as a whisper. Your job is not to demand the full picture immediately, but to nurture what heaven has placed in you. Vision grows in the presence of God. The more you dwell with Him, the clearer it becomes. His presence cleanses the lens of your spirit, allowing you to see what was always there. That is why distractions are dangerous. They blur your vision. But when you choose stillness, when you choose prayer, when you choose intimacy, clarity comes like the breaking of dawn. Chosen one. Vision will cost you. It will set you apart. Others may not understand why you refuse certain things, why you chase what seems impossible, why you burn with passion they do not share. They will call you unrealistic, too intense, too different. But they do not see what you see. They are walking by sight, but you are walking by vision. And vision demands sacrifice. Do not be surprised if vision leads you down lonely roads. Abraham left everything familiar because of vision. Joseph endured betrayal and prison because of vision. Nehemiah faced ridicule and opposition because of vision. Vision is not for the faint of heart, it is for the chosen. And you, beloved, are chosen. Vision also requires faith. You will often see it long before you touch it. You will carry it in your spirit before it manifests in your hands. This gap between promise and fulfillment is where many give up, but do not lose heart. The delay is not denial, it is preparation. The vision is for an appointed time, and though it lingers, it will not lie. It will come to pass. Chosen one, guard your vision. Protect it from voices that mock, from doubts that choke, from distractions that dilute. Not everyone can be trusted with what you see. Some will misunderstand it. Others will try to sabotage it. Speak it only where heaven directs, and nurture it in the secret place until it grows strong enough to withstand opposition. And when vision becomes reality, remember its source. Do not take credit for what was always divine. Do not boast in what was always grace. Vision is not about your glory, it is about His. You are the vessel, but He is the author. You are the carrier, but He is the origin. Your life will shine, but the light will always point back to Him. Chosen one. Vision is not only about destiny, it is about direction. It tells you where to go, but also where not to go. It reveals what to embrace, but also what to release. Sometimes vision is as much about closed doors as it is about open ones. Trust both. Trust the no as much as the yes. Trust the stop as much as the go. Vision does not only pull you forward, it protects you from detours. And know this, your vision is bigger than you. It will touch lives you will never meet, plant seeds you will never see grow, and shape legacies that will outlast your lifetime. That is why the battle has been so fierce. You are not just carrying a dream, you are carrying a generational blueprint. So lift your eyes. Chosen one. Do not be distracted by what is around you. Look at what is ahead. Let vision pull you forward. Let it fuel your endurance. Sharpen your focus and anchor your faith. Do not give up. Halfway the vision is real, and it will come to pass. Chosen one. Your eyes are being opened. Your spirit is awakening. Your destiny is unfolding. You are chosen not just to walk blindly, but to see clearly. And as vision fills you, you will never walk the same again. Chosen one. Vision leads you into something greater than destiny alone. It leads you into the reality of eternity. For everything you have endured, every battle you have fought, every scar you have carried, all of it has been leading to this truth. You are not living only for this world. You are a citizen of another kingdom, a participant in a story that does not end with death. Eternity is your home, and heaven is your inheritance. The struggles of this life can make eternity feel distant, almost abstract. Bills, responsibilities, battles, and grief can press so heavily that eternity feels far away. But eternity is not a distant dream. It is a present reality shaping every moment of your existence. You are walking now in a shadow of what will one day be revealed in full. Every act of obedience is echoing in eternity. Every prayer you pray is recorded in heaven. Every tear you shed is stored as a testimony of your faith. The Word of God declares in 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." And, chosen one, your pain is not pointless. Your battles are not meaningless. They are producing glory, eternal glory, that cannot be compared to the weight of your suffering. What feels unbearable now is building something unshakable then. What you see as loss now will shine as gain in eternity. Nothing is wasted. Eternity is the reason chosen ones endure when others collapse. You are not driven only by the present, you are anchored in the promise. You know that storms are temporary, but the kingdom is eternal. You know that rejection is fleeting, but the crown is forever. You know that death is not the end, but the doorway into fullness. That knowledge gives you endurance, resilience, and unshakable hope. Chosen one. Eternity also reminds you of accountability. Every choice you make now ripples into forever. This is why compromise feels heavier for you. This is why conviction burns deeper in you. You cannot live carelessly when eternity is written on your heart. You are not simply making decisions for this life. You are shaping your eternal inheritance. That is why holiness matters. That is why obedience matters. That is why surrender matters. And yet, eternity is not just about warning, it is about promise. Do you realize what awaits you? A life free of pain, free of tears, free of sorrow. A kingdom where light never fades, where joy never ends, where love never fails. A place where you will see the one who chose you face to face. Every wound will be healed, every scar redeemed, every longing fulfilled. Eternity is not a consolation prize. It is the fulfillment of everything you were created for. Chosen one. This is why you often feel restless in this world. You achieve victories, yet something still feels incomplete. You experience joy, yet a deeper longing lingers. That is eternity whispering to you, reminding you that nothing here will fully satisfy. You were made for more. You were made for forever. You were made for him. The enemy wants you to forget this. He tries to drown you in temporary distractions, hoping you will live as though this life is all there is. But the Spirit continually stirs your heart, reminding you that you are a pilgrim, a traveler, a citizen of heaven passing through earth. That reminder is your anchor, keeping you steady when storms rage. Chosen one. Eternity also means reward. Your sacrifices are not forgotten. Your hidden prayers are not ignored. Your quiet acts of love are not unseen. Heaven records it all. And when you stand before the throne, you will hear the words every chosen one longs for. Well done, good and faithful servant. That moment will outweigh every hardship, every rejection, every sleepless night. Eternity will make it all worth it. But eternity is not just future, it is now. The Spirit of God has placed eternity in your heart, giving you glimpses of what is to come. Every time you feel peace that makes no sense, you are tasting eternity. Every time you experience joy in the midst of sorrow, you are glimpsing eternity. Every time you sense His presence so strong that nothing else matters, you are living eternity in the present. Eternity is not only ahead, it is within you. Chosen one. This truth changes how you live. You no longer chase what fades you, invest in what lasts. You no longer measure success by earthly standards, you measure it by eternal fruit. You no longer fear death, you see it as transition. This shift gives you boldness. It makes you unstoppable. For what can the world do to someone who lives for eternity? Lift your eyes. Beloved, see beyond the temporary. Do not be trapped by the illusion of now. Fix your gaze on forever, and let eternity guide your steps. Every sacrifice will be worth it. Every battle will be worth it. Every act of obedience will echo forever. Chosen one. You are nearing the completion of a great journey, not the end of your calling, but the fulfillment of a long preparation. You have been refined, tested, marked, and strengthened. You have learned who you are, and you have carried the weight of chosenness with endurance. But this journey is only the beginning of eternity. What awaits you is greater than anything you can imagine. So live boldly, love deeply, obey fully, shine brightly. For your life is not just about now, it is about forever. And when your time here is finished, you will step into glory, crowned, radiant, chosen for all eternity. Chosen one. Never forget, eternity is your destiny. Heaven is your home, and the glory awaiting you will far outweigh every trial you endured. Chosen one. You have reached the end of this great unfolding journey. Every section, every word, every truth spoken was not random. It was woven with purpose, crafted by heaven to awaken you. You are not here by coincidence. You are here because the Spirit has been guiding you, speaking directly to your soul, calling you higher. Look back at what you have just walked through. You began as one searching, uncertain of the weight you carried. Then you saw the fire that refined you, the tears that watered your destiny, the mantle that rested upon your shoulders. You witnessed curses breaking, atmospheres shifting, angels guarding, and vision awakening. And now, at the end, you see eternity laid before you. This is not just a script, it is a mirror. It reflects who you are, who you have always been, and who you are becoming. You are God's chosen one, marked by glory, strengthened through fire, unstoppable in destiny, crowned with eternal purpose. But, chosen one, do not let this be the end. Words only transform when they are lived. This journey cannot stop on the page. It must continue in your choices, your obedience, your faith. Everything you have read calls you not just to listen, but to walk it out. You are not meant to stay the same, you are meant to rise. Let me say this with sincerity. If these words have stirred something in you, if you know deep down they were meant for you, then I ask you, do not walk away silently. Take a moment right now to act. Like this message, so you can return to it when the world tries to make you forget who you are. Share it with someone else who may be standing at the edge of their own destiny, unsure if they are strong enough to keep going. And subscribe, so that you remain connected to the flow of prophetic words and reminders that keep your spirit awake. And one more thing, leave a comment, not just for me, but as a prophetic act for yourself and for others. Write words that affirm what you know is true about you. I am chosen, or I carry my crown, or simply, I will rise. Those words will strengthen you, but they will also strengthen every other chosen one who comes after you and reads them. Your declaration might be the very reminder someone else needs to keep going. Chosen one. The journey of 30 sections has brought you here. But this is not the end of your story. It is the ignition of a new chapter. You are stepping forward now with clarity, courage, and conviction. You are no longer wandering. You are walking as one who knows who you are, chosen, marked, and unstoppable. So go forward, carry the fire, shine the light, live the truth, and remember, you are never alone. Heaven surrounds you, the Spirit guides you, and the mark of glory rests upon you forever. Chosen one, this is your moment. Rise and never look back.